Hello everybody, good afternoon, welcome. I'm Wormslayer2146. It's Thursday, the 16th of February 2023, and we're back in Factorio today, continuing our modded run that I'm having lots of fun with, actually. Really enjoying this combination, Krastorio to space exploration. Some interesting stuff, some complicated stuff, some frustrating stuff, but it's balancing out well. I think it's a really nice combination, very well designed. We've still got a long way to go. Obviously, last session we made great progress moving some of our initial base into our new rail-based setup. So I love creating like a mall of items we can go and pick up from, moving them from the old to the new. We've still got some way to go on that, and I would say that today's focus is going to continue to be getting those items out. I'd like, ideally, by the end of today's session, to have completely removed the initial base, so it's not there anymore. To do that, we need to finish off a few items relating to fluids, items relating to rail, probably into one square near the one we did last time. Then various miscellaneous bits like meteor defense, maybe production of landfill, little bits and pieces, probably in another square somewhere. And then that will just leave the production of the tech cards, which we've already stripped some away, but rebuilding that. And where we make the tech cards, we'll also be making the materials for the first space science pack and the cargo rockets to take it up. So the end of the last session, we did take a bit of a look at what's going to be involved in that, just an initial understanding of some of the mechanics, moving things up and down to orbit and back. I had a few helpful tips actually from a comment on YouTube, which really do appreciate that. Thank you very much for sharing your ideas. Do if you're following along with the series, do share your ideas and your feedback with me. I love to hear it, and you know, your views as well are massively appreciated. It's been quite a popular series on YouTube. You know, compared to everything else, it's had some good viewership. So I appreciate all you guys out there who are following along. I'm having a good time, and I hope you are too. So yes, that's the general plan for today. Continue moving stuff in, and then hopefully towards the end, do the same again. Have another look at. A brief look at what's going to be involved in getting things up into space, if we can make it that far. Or maybe even start doing it if we can. Continue those thoughts that we were having at the end of the last session and see what we can put together. Let's hop back into the factory. Let's catch up with where we were to start with. Try and get back into the rhythm of it all. So we've got the old base down here. Like I say, I want to tear all this out today. Not all of it. Gone. We've got the initial, let's call it a mall, set of items that we can go and collect in this space here. We do have space to build more, and these delivery points aren't like fully used. So we could potentially put other items in that gap, but I think I'd rather not. I'd rather build them in the next square over, lining up in the middle again, something like that, and build them in a different fashion. So here we combined intermediates, so all of the gear wheels, for example, are done here. So I'd like to try in the next one not combining intermediates, building each thing specifically, and kind of bussing up the deliveries, I suppose. See if we can make a delivery station that's a bit neater, a bit better organized, maybe. Not sure really what's involved, but we'll have a play with that. I think that'll go there. Then space gets awkward and we need to fill a bunch of stuff in, probably. So we'll have to look at that after. Maybe something here would be doable, or the one next to it, or even filling in the 4 around here if we fill that water in. Something like that. We know where we're starting though. That's enough to begin with and keep us busy for a few hours, no doubt. So down here, what have we got that we still need? Why don't we go through the starting production lines and start just cutting out stuff that's being moved. Maybe starting lists. So that we're not actually working on, but we're just looking at logistical stuff. I want to rename this. This is I've forgotten already. I think it's M51. That is, yeah, M51. And the next one we're going to make is going to be M52. And then I'm just going to have another one. We're going to call it miscellaneous stuff for now, and can put stuff in there that isn't going to belong in 52, but we don't know where it is going yet. So here we've got inserters. We have done them. So I don't know about actually disconnecting or anything. I want to kind of use up what's on the belt. So yeah, we're just keeping a mental check and checking those lists in the factory planner. So inserters are done. Drills are done. Belt is done. This is additional electric engine. So that can go in M52. The train stuff. Where is it? The additional electric engine. I have no idea how many, but we'll just put something in for now. Belt is good. Underground belt is good. We're going to need storage tank for sure. And splitters are good. Here we've got concrete, which we're using it to make things, so those things should be put in instead. So this, for example, warehouses, they need to go in. So concrete itself isn't something, but I suppose we would like this stuff. Reinforced plates for the flooring, increases walk speed. Guess we'd like that. Greenhouses we've done, power poles we've done. Bigger power poles are done. Pipe and underground pipe, that's going to go in M52. Quite a few things to do then, not bad. Here's some science we haven't torn out yet, that's not so important. Here are fuel refineries, they're going to go in there. Rail. And yeah, like I say, landfill's a bit of a weird one. Let's put that in MISC. If I can find where it lives. There it is. And yeah, rail. Sure, and some other things we took out that we do need. So rail, locomotives, wagons. There is still quite a lot to make here. Rail. Train stops. Signals, I know they're further in the base, but we might as well add them in now. Locomotive and wagon. I don't think we need to make the circuit network stuff. We can make them by hand. Not worried about that. We didn't do them down here, so that'd be fine. We use quite a few. A constant combinator at every train stop, I guess. It's a good point, actually. We use a constant combinator at every train stop, so we should make them. But we can make wire by hand, like that's dirt cheap and stuff. That's fine. We've done furnaces. I don't even know what half this is for. Oh, this is just research chips. We've done assembly machines which were here, but we've taken them away. Some more research stuff that's no longer active. A lot of it. Tesla coils are here. They can be added onto that. Yeah. Life support canisters. So add that to miscellaneous stuff. Where were they? In here? No. There they are. Life support canisters. Yeah, not sure what we're going to do about that, so we'll put it in the miscellaneous stuff page. Tesla coil, what's around the corner? Rocky Field's just part of whatever was up there. This is all just part of this, so that will go into the research square. These things, energy absorbers, they need to be added into there. And we know big personal battery as well. Which one have we got? That one, I think. Blue chips are for elsewhere, later. Solar stuff, we gathered a whole bunch together and never really made a solar area. It's fine. Could send them up into space, they're more effective up there. Probably will actually do that. I don't think we need to build specific production of them for anything. Radars are needed in the like rail stuff. It's okay. It's more items than I was expecting. Need doing. Signals we already put in the list. Loaders we've done already. Various buildings here. So gas power station I'd say is unnecessary. If we're going to make more power, we're not going to use the same design we already did. We'll do like solar or nuclear if we end up needing more power. So I don't think we make more gas power stations, nor electric boilers at this point. Atmospheric condensers, I mean, we use them quite a bit. Let's add them into the list. If I can find them. There. And thinking about it, flare stacks. Don't think we ever set them up down here, but we'll want them as part of that. This then, meteor defense, is going to go into miscellaneous. 10 has ended up not really being enough guns, but I don't think we need to make thousands or anything like that. So it's only the ammo that needs regular production, and then we can specifically craft more, for sure. More batteries there. What are they? Oh, they're going into the ammo. Fine. This is, yeah, chemical plant and oil refinery, definitely needed in M52. Chemical plant. Oil refinery, there we go. That's everything that we're doing in this space put into the plan. That list is much bigger than that list, but a lot of these items are much simpler. So we'll see how that goes. Is that everything? I mean, let's go through like and check. So yes, storage stuff we've done. All the belt related stuff we've done. Inserters. We could do filter inserters. We didn't do them. And I said we probably don't need to. We might end up needing quite a few of them for our transport in and out of space, but we'll deal with that later. It's fine by me. Pumps. Yeah. Haven't put them on the list yet. Go with all the pipes and stuff. We'll want pumps. Not many, but we'll want some. Rail related stuff we've done. So rail related stuff is all on that list. Color modules, no, I don't. Yeah, like I say, we'll craft wire by hand. That's fine with me. Signal transmitters and receivers. I don't think we're going to use that many. That's one of the tips that came through on the message on YouTube. Is in order to get information from orbit to the planet, we can use AAI signal transmission mod, which gives us a transmitter and receiver of signals. So the station in orbit can tell the one on the planet we're short of blue chips, and then that can be loaded into a rocket and shot up. Well, we'll see how effective we can make that, but it'll be fun, that's for sure. Landfill I put in there, and then yeah, the service we put in. All of that stuff is kind of in the research. Yeah, text plates we can do manually if we start labeling things up, which we probably will use text plates to do. Power related stuff, there's nothing that we need a consistent supply of. If we do nuclear, we only need a couple dozen reactors, and we can just do them manually or specifically. Oil pump jack, yeah, an offshore pump. We're not making them currently, but it would be nice to have them as part of the mall. Don't know about mineral water pump jacks. We haven't seen any use for mineral water yet, so I guess we'll just do them later when we find the use for them. We can work out what it's for. Furnace done, greenhouse done, biolab. Again, not seen a use for it yet. I think because we're on peaceful, we're not going to see a use for it. Electrolysis plant I want to add in. Filtration plant we can use for some things, and maybe we'll use them for more things in the future. So maybe electrolysis and filtration. This is getting to be a long list. Let's do like really small quantities of some of these things to keep it simple. Pulverizers we're doing, assembly machines we're doing. Fuel processors don't think we need to. And those facilities I don't really know. Centrifuge, we're not going to do nuclear yet, but we will in the future. Labs, I don't think we need a constant supply of them, we just need some initially, so I wouldn't set those up. Modules I don't think we've got any effective enough to bother making yet. No raw materials we need to worry about yet. Although empty barrels is one that needs to go on our miscellaneous list. They need to be available in the network for things like lubricant, which we're going to move around in barrels. These are all rocket parts that we done where we make the rockets. Canisters we've put in already. Recycling and stuff not necessary. Fuel we're already doing. Science we'll do in the science bits. Any other military items? Probably not. Doing the big personal battery. Nothing else we need repeatedly made. No, I reckon that's kind of it. Okay. Happy. Here is the list. We could separate it into two different squares, as in rail related stuff. So engine, warehouse, rail station, signals, that is. So yeah, about half of it maybe is rail and half of it is liquid related. We could put them into two squares, but you know, this lot, which is all quite complicated stuff, didn't end up. I mean, let's build them out and see what the ingredients are going to be, how big that is, how complicated that is, and then we can work it out. So essentially what I want to do in each case is for every item, reduce the items per minute to where the end machine is a round number. So this is going to be 26.7 machines, that's way too many. Doesn't look like we're going to get a round number whatever we do, without going like up to a big number. Yeah, which I don't want to do. 5 is there, 6. Try and reduce it to something else. Something like 5.5. No, 4.5. Yeah, 4.5 is 2 machines. That's good with me. So that one's good. Then I'm just going to remove that and work out the number for each individual one. Then we'll add them together. 1 per second on storage tanks is overkill, so let's cut that down to 1/4, just 1 machine. Warehouses, we can cut that. I'd be happy to cut that by 1/8. Don't know what 1/8 of 60 is though. 1 sec, let's bring a calculator up for that. 7.5 a minute. Right. Force plates, so 1 machine would do 90. Yeah, doesn't seem too bad. Fine with that. Pipe can do more. Pipe to ground can do more as well. Although this we know is going to need tons of pipe inputs. We might want that to be like a half rather than a full machine. We use a lot of them. Let's have a whole machine. I think they then had like 10 machines feeding into it. 11, yeah, so that might be overkill, but I'm kind of fine with it. Drop that to 9, yep, that's fine. They really don't need to be a lot. We use them so infrequently that they should build up in storage by the time we need them. Puncture rail. These are quite expensive to make. I don't want to overdo it. But that's, I mean, that's already not bad. I might reduce it, yeah, to half a machine. Let's say that. It's fine. But a machine, but half effectiveness. It can be 90, but that, I mean, that's overkill as well. We don't use that many signals that often. We'll go with half machines on them. We do not want 80 machines making locomotives. That's overkill. I mean, what about, like, yeah, less than one a minute wouldn't bother me. I guess we just don't need that many. I guess we do need a lot of trains, but it's only 2 locomotives per train, so what is the number I'm looking for? A little less than that. 3/4 of a locomotive per minute. It's slow, that's for sure. It's those that are expensive to make. We'd get a nice round number if we doubled that. Oh yeah, I'm happy with that. This number's also too big. It'll probably be more than 1.5, yeah. If we went with, I mean, we want twice as many, but that's not a nice round number. Not sure we're going to get to a nice round number, regardless of what we do here. 3.4 items is just over 1.5 machines. How weird is that? 4.5 is 2 machines. Okay, I'll go with that. I'll go with that. No, we don't want twice as many, do we? The train is 2 locomotives and 8 wagons. So we want 4 times as many. So what's it look like with 6? 2 2/3 machines. Let's go with that. Let's go with 2 machines. I'm fine with that. Extra combinators. We really don't need that many, but we can make it a round number. Just, I guess, like the signals. Let's do a half. Yeah, let's do it like the signals. And it's an ingredient in the train stop, so we can combine that perhaps. Because of course, yeah, 26 machines is overkill. We're looking for like 2 and a bit. Can't get a round number there. 4.5 is 2 machines. Yep. Okay. We'll go with that. Energy absorbers. We don't need that many, so yeah, 1 machine's worth. It's fine. And the same number of personal batteries, really, so we can cut that right back. 1 machine's worth. It's fine by me. It's overkill on radars as well, so we'll do the same deal. Half a machine's worth. Atmospheric condensers. Is it? Yeah, 4.5. They're all like similar recipes, I suppose. 4.5 is a consistent number. Or 9, yeah. Weird, but fine. We'll go with 9s. Single machine. Very happy with that. Where that is the right number. 1.07 machines. That's 1.96 machines. Don't think we're going to get a round number at all here. No matter what place, like 11.111. No, I don't think it calculates to that many decimal points. That goes over, yeah, so let's go on the basis of 11. And you need 1.96 machines, but use 2. I mean, yeah, fine with that. Pumps. Again, an awkward number involved. We'll go with that, close as we can get to 1 machine's worth. Raw pumps will be half a machine's worth. That's a nicer recipe. 9 pump jacks. 4.5 electrolysis plants will be fine. And are we 4.5? Yeah, filtration plants. Okay, a few awkward bits and pieces, but mostly quite simple and low numbers in total. We'll see how it plays out. But it might be worth doing it the way we did the other square, because I was going to do it different. But based on the small bits of stuff, we might not. Because here, as an example, what have we got? Don't need to add glass. Need to add that and those. 1.1 machines of gear wheels means we're going to use 2. Half a machine and then we're going to use 1, so we're going to overproduce these things locally. Consume more than we're planning to consume until things back up, which, you know, things backing up does make a lot of it irrelevant. But actually that's kind of neat. It's 4 of those machines, 2 of those machines, so it's going to balance itself pretty quick. Okay, I'm not going to worry about it then. We'll stick to the original plan. Fit all of this in one square. Build each one as if from a bus. So now we need to load all of these in at once so we can see the total ingredient requirement. But we're going to be doing it with subfloors this time. It's going to be a big, long, complicated list to work from, but actually probably easier to work from than the last one we did, but similar. What do we want to do first? We want things with shared ingredients close to each other, but I guess we just juggle it around later. Let's put them all in. Like that. The pipe's going to stay red because it's an ingredient in other things we've subsequently added, so it thinks we're not making enough. But then go into electric engine and add its bits and pieces. Break these out. Combine bits together that are used in the same machine. So we're not going to break... we could, but I don't think we will break down and do big electric motors separate. They will share the copper cable that's being used for the small electric motors and or however it balances out. So all of the copper cable needed for additional electric engines can be done together rather than also being broken down. So that will help with combining together. Point to a machine there, for example. Okay, don't need steel plate that's being delivered. We need to work out lubricant delivery to this square, which we will do. That's that element. So storage tank, iron beam, and iron. So that's that. Warehouse, steel beam, concrete, iron stick, sand. Yep. The walking surface, so steel beam and concrete. It's kind of shared. Interesting. Iron beam. It's refined concrete, sorry, concrete, and then iron stick, sand, sure. Maybe we combine that with warehouse because it's similar ingredients. But they're nice, kind of neat numbers as they are. Kind of neat. 17 concrete machines for one warehouse machine. Might cut that number back even further. I don't know, it's not bad, and we do need quite a lot of them. We'll see how it goes. Into pipe, that's just needs iron plate. To underground pipe and put pipe beneath it so they don't combine. That's the key there, but we probably will combine them. Like, that says 10 machines, we'll make it 11. And pull some surplus for storage. Fuel refinery, pipe, gear wheel, electronic circuit, cable. Keep going and we'll see. Steel beam and stone. Also used for the plate and the warehouse, so they could be near each other perhaps. Logistical train stop, so train stop, lamp, wire, and constant combinator, which needs half machine. So yeah, we're going to use. Going to combine that with the constant combinator somehow. Work that out in a minute. I think that's all of that. Yep. No, stone tablets. Might have missed that here. Yep. And here. There we go. So how can I remove the constant combinator underneath here, I guess? If I remove that, go into here and add it? No. Can only go in the top level. I just tell it to make 200%? Yes. Perfect. And the byproducts will then fulfill the product requirement. Good. Good. Implies a few things. These signals. Yeah, we'll be sharing with those signals as well. Not sure how we combine them. So we remove chain signal from there and put it. We can't just put it in here. No. Sure about that. Might be that you don't do it like that. We make a new sub-factory floor is the way you're supposed to, I suppose. Rather than trying to put it all together. Just do this for now, and we can work it out. Some of it we can work out by eye as we go. Okay, locomotive. Wagons. Lots of wire needed for Tesla coils, makes sense. The absorber, a bit more complicated with the battery. Not too bad. And yeah, the batteries. Oh, radars. There is a lot here. Yeah. This is going to be something to juggle for sure. Stone brick steel plates, that's all fine. That. Atmospheric condenser. Complicated. Needing 0.05 a machine is always a bit annoying. Being able to combine that into other things would be nice. Not the end of the world. Little plants. Quite simple. I think it's also exactly the same ingredients as an oil refinery. So they can like go next to each other. Perhaps share bits. Yeah, it depends on the numbers, doesn't it? But they could go. Won't make much of a difference at all in terms of the numbers, but you know, whatever. I guess that's similar ingredients. It's going to be an interesting one to lay out. Let's find offshore pump. Again, similar stuff. Or even like the same as the pump. Yeah, interesting. Pump jack. A little bit different. What's this, plants? Yeah, then it's like different stuff, more complicated. Not more complicated, actually, pretty simple, but bringing different elements together. There. So everything broken down into the elements we need to construct. The only red squares are things that we deliver in by train, I think, and water by pump. Good. I think I'm happy with that. So what we're looking at ingredients wise: steel, iron, copper, and in good rates actually. We're close to consuming all of the iron we're making if we add the two together. The numbers here in M51 are no longer correct, so we can't say that it's going to be 600 iron a minute. It's more than that, a lot more than that. But I think we're close to using everything we're making, so we may all need to set up another iron smelting square pretty soon. Probably before we can do the science, which is a shame. It's going to set us back a bit. Still, steel, iron, copper, stone, glass, sulfur, lubricant, and water. So lubricant's a bit of a complicated one. There's no silicon or plastic required at all, which is interesting, because nothing needs red chips at this tech level. And there's not really anything here where we're going to do a higher tech level. We could do higher radars, but it's probably unnecessary. There's maybe a better oil refinery or chemical plant later. We can pull them into a different square when we get the upgraded version. It's a top level of platform. Nothing else really gets upgraded, so that's pretty good. This square is going to be pretty stable and consistent going forward, even as we tech up. And fewer things to deliver does simplify a few bits and pieces. Wherever we deliver the lubricant, that is a complicated one. Where we deliver the lubricant, we need to unbarrel it, and then the barrels need to go back. And using LTN, we can't control that very easily. So we're probably going to want to separate them. We can use the same stop. It can be a loading and unloading station, but that's going to be a bit too complicated, I think. So we want a station where they come to just to collect barrels. And then we've got 3 stations to deliver in the other stuff, which is not bad at all. I'd kind of like to deliver them over to stations and line it all up, if you see what I mean, into a bus that we're then going to use like we traditionally would. So if they're delivering in, let's say, north and west, gather everything up to the north, run it straight down, and build things off to the right hand side, and then somewhere on, let's say, the east station will take empty barrels away. They'll just be unloaded in, let's say, the north, sent for debarreling in the northeast, put the liquid into pipes and storage tanks, and send the empty barrels on to load up there. Leave the southern station clear, maybe. I'm looking at the wrong square. It goes up here. If we leave the bottom one clear, what we could do is bring the finished items from both squares closer to that line and have a proper bit where we can run up and down and grab stuff, or, as was suggested, have a robot network that covers that area, so when we come and land here, robots will supply us with the goods if we just line them all up within the network. I don't think we've got a roboport that's really a sensible size to do that with at the moment, but we will get one eventually and upgrade the robots to be faster and make that very viable. Okay, there's a plan. Plan is coming together. Let's clear junk out of my inventory to start with. Just whatever I'm carrying. Don't need it, I don't think. Random bits and pieces of all sorts. Then we're going to need the rail related stuff to build the square in. Drop them in there. So more power poles. While we're still working from the old base, we might as well grab the ones that are here rather than from a new production that's miles away. A few more of the bigger power poles perhaps. Everything that we've dumped in here. Gonna need more train stops. We're not currently making them anywhere, so we're gonna have to craft some. Seeing a bit of glass to do that. Let's grab some more actual rail while we're next to it. More of a little bit of glass. Three. Let's make 4. 4. 7. Enough for this square and another one. A few more signals as well, I reckon. Stacks of each type. We need radars. We've got just about enough for the time being. Let's craft a few more while we can. And Tesla coils. Take a stack of them. That should be good to get us going, I think. So let's head up to where this square is going to go. Yeah, not got really enough space in my inventory to do much more landfill, so we'll do this square and then work out where we're landfilling later. Remember exactly what we said last week about the unloading, how we could do it better. So have a quick thought about that when we do the first station we need to do. It's about the way that they're combined. Look, we want to keep them as 8 separate lines as long as possible, I think. Okay, we're in the right spot, so let's grab our blueprint book, get this stamped in. That's the right spot. There we go. Get this one sorted out for now. Worry about the next ones soon. So I've changed a few things. Yeah, so those signals we don't actually want. One shouldn't be built, and that one needs to come out now. It's fine, let's head around this way. That means those signals, right? We drive on the left. To come down there, yep. That one, take that one away. Yeah, that's right. This is M52 West. Right? Yeah, that's the name I gave it there. M51, yeah, M52 West, yeah. Good. Shouldn't be there, and then they shouldn't be put in. That would be good. That is fine. It Yeah, that's right. Yeah, because we're not next to another square. The signals are stamped in the right place. This will be M52 North. Just a pole there we go. Corner done properly, because probably are going to grow off this end at some point in the future, I'd imagine. Need to consider when we will need to put in the next depot as well, because this one's covering like 2 squares above it. So do we do 2 more squares then a depot, or sooner? Might be inclined to do it sooner than that. It's not so much about having the number of trains available, but the speed it takes the train to get from the depot to the stops that it's tasked with. The quicker that journey is, the better in general. See how it goes.
Oh my god, we're doomed!
Randy, hello. Thank you very much for the raid. Lovely to see you. What were you up to? Playing a bit of Factorio as well. I hope you had a good stream. Hope it was a good one. Appreciate you raiding in. Hope everyone coming with you's had a good time at your raid, at your stream as well. Nice to see you all. We're just getting started today, just kind of getting up. Wasn't bad. Good, glad to hear it. Fun game, obviously. So hope everyone had a good time. We're playing a modded version, you know, with Krastorio 2 and space exploration mods, so making it nice and complicated for us. Spending a lot of time sitting here scratching heads and stuff, so I'm enjoying it, but it is definitely a challenge so far. Just building today, you know, some rail work and stuff like that. You're gonna, I see you got to play some Apex next, but didn't want to stream it. Yeah, fair enough, fair enough. Bit of a change of pace, but hope you have a good time. Hope you have a fun one. So I was playing Krastorio. Is that what you're playing as well? Yeah, cool, cool. I'm the chosen one. Well, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. It is M52 South. Did I miss one? I did miss one. It's M52 East.
Sure, I'll follow you.
Rennie, thank you for following. Appreciate that. Like I say, I hope you have a good time playing Apex and stuff, and very nice of you to stop by and drop a follow like that. Really appreciate it. Okay, that's that square built in, so I can go put the rail stuff away somewhere and get some different equipment for what's coming next. Can I get... No, total number of machines I was looking for. I have to add them up, so that's 15, 52, 75, 86, 92, 97, 124, 145, 150, 171, 205, 224, 232. This is a lot. 255 plus 22, 75. 275 plus 18. That fails me right at the end. So 293 machines in total. That will be enough then. It's going to take some building to get that done. I was kind of hoping that this square won't take us the, whatever it was, 5 or 6 hours that the one we did last week would. But you know, I guess it takes as long as it takes. Radars, Tesla coils. That's that cleared out, okay. So we're going to need, let's say, more splitters. More undergrounds. A lot more belt. We probably can't fit enough in our inventory, whatever we do, so we just take a bunch more and inevitably have to go grab some more. That'll do for now. More inserters. A few more long-handled. We would likely use some. And probably some more power poles than that. That is quite a lot we've got on us, but we're building this in a long line, so I imagine it's using a lot of poles. To make the train stations, we're going to need warehouses. Dump off some of this stone and make a few more spaces in the inventory. A few more loaders, or a bunch more loaders really. We'll take the ones we've got here, but we can get more from the other spot. Just grab all them. It's probably enough to get started, and then we'll have to restock at some point. I'm sure that's inevitable. What are we doing for power? It's been pretty big last time, wasn't it? We're still under a gigawatt. That's, I don't know. I'll start thinking about it when we go over a gigawatt, and then I think the next thing we'll do is nuclear power. The next power source we do, because we've got it unlocked and we might as well. We've got everything in the rail grid to do the acid to mine with and everything like that, so it's all good. Okay, this is the square we're working in then. I kind of like that idea, unloading north and west. We'll deal with the barrels in the east and leave the south clear. So let's go set up unloading at the west. Let's do a locomotive, so that's where that's going to start. Inventory's too full to put the rocks away. We'll clear it out quickly. Last two are not real, okay. Have the other side later. Like I say, we want to unload it quite differently, in a way that's going to take up a lot more space, but it's going to leave everything flowing better. We can get this square done better, you know, designed better than as we move forward. We can do better each time and improve this system. So if we're just going to bust everything up, this is number of belts. We're going to need 3 belts of steel, 4 of iron, 3 of copper, 1 of brick, 1 of stone, 1 of glass, 1 of sulfur. We just separate it into 4 items per place. So steel, iron, copper, stone, brick here. stone, glass, sulfur and barrels of lubricant in the north. Let's say. I need to configure this one. Do I have constant combinator? Bit of green wire, bit more red wire. That in there, configure what the trains are supposed to look like. And the fact that this is a requester. Won't actually request anything yet. Let's get more of it into place and then we can do the actual requesting. Yeah, that's that one plugged in. So from what I remember, the general idea that we needed to improve is balancing the belts that come out from the station. So if one of the warehouses is empty and the others aren't, they fill in for each other. This is what's not currently happening here, for example. If the first one runs empty, or if the first two run empty, then this line is empty all the way to here, and nothing fills in for it. Guess that could be fixed by, so we've got two lines there, we could put a splitter in. Then we've got 3 lines here, you could go splitters up and down again. 4 lines here, up and down again. Okay. So it doesn't need to be that much more complicated. Yes, it does. If every other warehouse ran empty, it'd be fine. We want like a balancer that moves 8 lanes all the way between all other 8 lanes and then pulls it down into the number of lanes required. So if we start with steel, we need 3 belts. We want 8 belts to come out and then be combined down to 3. We need an 8 to 3. You can call it a balancer if you want. Let's start that one on the bottom corners and work out how we do that. A little awkward that we can't fit 8 lanes between the poles here. It might have been nice if we'd done shorter trains with 6 to fit there like that, but it is what it is. So we have 4 there and 4 there, and then yeah, I think we kind of just want like an 8-lane balancer and then to use splitters to push that together, unless we just like do what we've done before wherever we did it, squish them into each other, which evidently does not work because those are not running full. But those don't have priorities on, but that's not going to be the reason. Can I use satellite mode? Yeah, good. It just doesn't work. What about, what do we do here? Well, this has come to a standstill, so we can't even tell. But it is just the same thing done more times, which, you know, might work. I think what we want is to have an 8-lane balancer. So I find a blueprint for that. Works. There we go. If this is even right, but we can give it a go. Bad to put it there, but no. Let's go with there for now. This is a bit old. This is for version 0.15, so it might not be best anymore. Can I ask specifically for a version 1? Someone who's done one more recently. Possibly. Not sure about this one either. Have a look at it. I need a downgrade. So that's a blue one. Turn it red. Oh. There we go. So that's an interesting idea. Takes that line and balances the sides of it and then sends it forward. I see, that's not what I was asking for. This is a balancer for each lane, so the lanes will be balanced, but not balanced between each other is what we want. Which is what this one is doing. Possibly. Although it doesn't look like enough. Each line should be able to touch each other line is my understanding. The outside line touches 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 other lines. So it's missing 2 of them. I think. Still, it's probably better than anything I've done. To be honest. Then we would yeah, something like that to get 3 lines out of it. Something like that, not necessarily that. A little to the left, but yeah. Which is why I think each line needs to be able to touch every other line. Because when it backs up, the outside can't take a route to, let's say, the other outside. So if it's on the right hand side only, how it does get to the other side, sure. When it does get there, okay, I missed that. I followed that and it goes there, and then it goes there for those 2. That line for those 2, and that line. Okay, no, this is good. Yeah. Or it does what I expect it should do. So it will work when it backs up. If the input is imbalanced, they'll still be able to make it out of any output, which can then be funneled down into these 3 lines. I think that's good. Other than how hard it is to align it. Could try and stretch it. This could be messy. Okay. Or there is a gap there. Still not ideal. So the idea will be there. And then we pull the right half to the right. So cut that lot to there. Cut as much as I can over. Then try and work out how it goes. So that should still go there. That still joins there. This one belongs into there, and that one into there. Is that it? I think so. That line can go to any of them and to any of them. I think that's fine. Then yeah, we just need to work out how we get the 8 down to 3. So maybe first to 6, and then we can just terminate them there. And it'll back up and everything will still be able to combine through. Yeah, that does actually work. Backs the lines up and forces them down. The other splits. Yeah, I think. We don't really need to combine it any more than that. Unless we specifically wanted to balance the lines, for example, which we don't need to. We could terminate them and put a 4-lane splitter there, because most of the time the inputs are going to be full and it's going to back up and it's not a big deal. It's if, like, these lines are all running in, those two are empty, even with those terminated there, these lines can still make it to the other outputs no matter what. I think that's good. And we'll just pull 3 off for steel, 4 off for iron. We'll deconstruct all that. Off for copper. Yep. 1 off for stone brick, which this seems like major overkill, but I guess it's still the right thing to do. Well, it is most of the time going to be major overkill as well, but if there is some kind of irregularity with the supply lines, it will ensure the best outcome possible, I think. So you should reverse the loaders. So that's the outside one. That's going to be the stone brick, which is down here. Yep. That is copper plate, iron plate, and steel plate. Good. I'm quite happy with that. Or this. I think it'll work. So that one for the steel is there. That one there. It's a lot more belt, and we're definitely not going to have enough on us to do it, but like I say, I think it's the right way to approach the situation. And we've got the space to do it. We know that much. Be a point in the future where it's even less relevant, I suppose, because we upgrade these to blue belt, for example, or the belt after, then we'll need fewer lines in total. That'll be a weird one. If we needed, for example, 1 blue belt of up there, we could have 8 yellow ones coming off here and combining. Or, you know, knowing me, we'll just over-engineer it like this the whole time, which is perfectly fine by me. There could be one further south to be closer in, right? That's 1, 2, 3, 4. Yes, they could be, and therefore I would like them to be. Just remove this lot and do a cut. Place them there. We need to cancel them. Yeah, we'll just run them up, which will be, I mean, we could bring them together and then run them around maybe. Be a bit more compact, but also a bit messier. I think we'll just run them straight up. Use more power poles, but plenty of them available. Still run straight up and then turn right after this has done its sortation. We'll end up with a belt running down here, like next to this one. Will be the bus. And things being made over towards the east. I think it's going to be good. There's that realigned then, that is better. Like to be compact where we can be. Can we shoot under both? No, not with reds, okay. So let's go with this, like we tend to do on the buses I make. That one's going to there, that one's going further. And this one's going all the way. And copy that lot. That'll be the same all the way down. Yep. Kind of. Ones on the end don't need to go under. That one goes through there, so they don't need to go under either. Oh, I know why that's included the line going through here, didn't it? Which is silly of me. Don't need them, don't need that little bit, and then don't need that. Okay, that's good. Some of these are not, these don't need to go under as well. Which, if it doesn't need to, let's not. But to make it kind of neat, I think I'll leave that gap that wide. So we could move it up, but yeah, it's fine like that. They're all fine like that, and then it's the next one where they need to go under something, so that's all good. I think. So that one's there, that one's there, so they're fine. This one's going to there, so they're fine. That one finishes them off. That's the last one that can go like that. That's something I can copy. I don't think it will be. Really, that one will be there. That one will be there. Nope. Oh, this is a bit of a mess. There. Then that's there, yeah, and that's there. Okay, let's connect them up. Looking good. I mean, it's pretty neat and tidy considering, but like I say, a lot more belt than we've been using before. If that gets the job done better, then it's a good use of the belt. Yeah, I think that's all how it ought to be. A few bits missing here and there. Good. Okay, happy with that then. That's a good unloading station. We just want to take those lines and run them north. A ways, and then I guess we need to deal with the northern station. Get that right before we know where this is going to terminate. Can at least take it this far for now, though. With that so far. Good. Got those poles in. Right, so let's let our robots recharge and then head to the north station and do the same thing. Robots are thirsty, okay. Can we just do a copy paste? Maybe with a flip or a rotate. We'll clear the rocks out of the way first. I'll try to. Some of them. And the trees. Let's give it a go. So everything from the loaders to the end of them splitters. Flip, yeah, flip's okay. Line it up right, no. It's not aligned to the power grid because of some reason. Needs to be needs to be there to get the loaders, to get from the wagons into the warehouse, which, okay, we could do it and then deal with the mess. It's probably quicker than redoing the whole thing. Let's take the existing poles out of the way, paste it in, remove the poles. Quick way of doing that. Tell it to copy this but not the poles. No, so I'm not going to worry about it. That's where the belts should all live. So we're going to put that in. But then, yeah, remove the poles. Maybe I could use an upgrade planner or something to upgrade the pole to nothing. I'm curious. From small power pole to nothing. No, that doesn't work. Yeah, no, okay, fine. Manually then. It's not the end of the world. Maybe some bits we need to nudge around based on where the poles are supposed to be. We shouldn't have too many problems. Quite a bit to nudge around actually. This may have not been We'll see. No big deal. We might have been able to copy individual elements of it more effectively. Like I say, we'll find out. Let's get the poles back and we can start dealing with it. That's going to be the first thing, is them loaders being in the wrong place. Oops, that one was okay. Over here, constantly combinate a bit of green wire, a bit more red. Bigger the train types. And this is also going to be a requester. Paste has given us the wire running along, but just not those ones, so they need to go there instead. That's all good. And then, yeah, they need to move over. Damn, okay. That's not ideal. But them, put them there. It's something. Cut all of that, move it there. Refill those little gaps. It's not bad. Okay. Yet. Something about it seems weird. Don't know. They go there, refill them. Looks fine. All these ones need to move. Run out of belt already. Okay. This isn't so bad at all, actually. Cut and pasting these over a little bit. See if it all really works. Okay. All of that needs to move forward one, so that they can move forward one. Sure. We'll need to go get more belt to be able to check everything's okay. Okay. I mean, let's do that. We've got some space in inventory, and it's not that far away because the new belt production is just in the next square south. I hope. If we got it right. Yep, there it is. And that's full, so, I mean, let's accept the inevitable. We're going to need tons of it. These orphan bots come back. Off we go. It is, yeah, clearly using up a lot more space than these stations did, but if that space is available, why not use it? Get it right. We'll see how it goes. I've run out of underground as well, didn't realise. We'll hop down and get some more of that in a second. We might as well top up on belt while we're there, so why don't we use a bunch of belt? Are we for... pretty good for splitters though. Just enough loaders, which is good going for once. Good. Oops. Try not to break it. Yeah, bring the poles in. Even though they're not necessary, I do like having them. Copy this row. Yep. Make the robots do the work. Fast loader in the way. The alignment is slightly different then. Or did I just missed a row? Or I didn't move them over. That lot to there should be over one. And then row of power poles should fit there. No errors, perfect. Okay. So we need to go get more undergrounds. All good. I think that's all good. More undergrounds, and if we're heading south, let's build in the next stage as we head down. Which I guess we don't really know how far that's going to go. We can bring it all these lines together here to start with, which is going to need power poles the whole way over. I think, or it will look a bit weird. Could have a gap in this edge, I think. Maybe. We'll see then. We'll see. What are these going to be? Let's change the filters. And in fact, one of them we don't necessarily want to send to the left. We might want to send to the right. Okay. Stone, glass, sulfur. That's stone. That's glass. That's sulfur. And that is a barrel of lubricant. There. That we might want to send to the right to unbarrel. Probably will. Let's paste those settings onto all of these. For now, it's a good start. Then we need one line, one line, one line, or like, less than one line, but one line of each. Don't know how many lines of barrels of lubricant we need. 360 fluid a minute. So if I say I want lubricant 360 fluid a minute, and we're going to get that by unbarreling, we're going to need less than a machine to do that. I mean, it's not a lot that we're trying to make. It's just for the additional electric engine units, which we're making 4.5 a minute, which is very little. 2 factories making big electric motors. 360 fluid a minute. 360 fluid a minute is, yeah, just one unbarreling machine, which requires 0.004 of a belt of lubricant barrels. It's barely worth bringing in here. But there you go. I wonder, there's just no way of like limiting a train to not bring the excess. There is. There are ways we can do that. For now. But going forward, if somewhere we need an entire train of lubricant, then everywhere we'll get an entire train of it. So I guess we just have to plan around that, really. It means they will resupply less often, which is fine. But yeah, one of them, one of them, and then, yeah, what are we going to do? I think we do send it to the right instead. So let's ignore that bottom row for now. It's going to face the other way. Ooh, can I actually cut, flip, and line up nicely? Maybe. Not with the power poles, but other than that. Put it there. So yeah, when we flip it, the power poles go out of line. That's understandable. Okay. Better if I don't misclick. Okay, let's finish this off so it's not half done. That's going to need to move forward to there. Yep. Okay. Just think I'm missing that. That's fine. We need to put the undergrounds there anyway, so we'll deal with that when we get to that. So these lines can just come here. 1, 2, 3. For the stone glass sulfur, or sulfur glass stone brick, which is over here. If we're going to start, we can, start making stuff on this row. In theory, as long as it doesn't need lubricant, or even if it does, perhaps. In which case, kind of want to bring this over that point at the earliest or latest, whichever way you look at it. So 1, 2, 3, 4. But that's going to go under the steel, under the iron, under the copper. Don't know if we want to swap that around and put the steel. It doesn't matter. Really doesn't matter. We use more belt in one way compared to the other, but whatever. Not a big deal. So that's where that one's going to go. Which maybe we should have pulled off the right hand edge. Whatever. We don't need to min-max it. Despite my temptation to always do so. Okay, so that is then going to turn, can run alongside this. Not that one. 3 lines of, no, I've reversed them, haven't I? So it is the other way around. This is going to be copper. Which is, yeah, fine, like I say, but that's copper. needs to go under there. And then that goes here. It's gonna be iron still. That'll be the steel, but there we go. So the iron's gonna run through all these rocks. Yeah. And then the steel is going to be there. Now I'm going to need... we don't need all those power poles. It does kind of look nicer, but I'm not going to bother with that many. Bring all these lines over. Going well. Getting somewhere with it, and it's nice and neat and better designed than last time so far. So I'm kind of happy with what we're achieving today so far. But yeah, I can see that it is taking a long time like last week, but I don't think we're going to get anywhere near as much done as I really want to. But we may set some time aside towards the end of the stream to look at space again, just for the sake of looking at it, because it's exciting. Okay, undergrounds, we need them now, so let's let our robots recharge and then go get them. There we go. We've kind of got enough belt for a while, but maybe we do pick up some more. Can we dump that stone anywhere? We must be coming into this square somewhere for something. We can just dump it in the receipt and then delay the next resupply. Which one is it? That's interesting. We ran out of iron here. Very interesting. The lines ran empty for a short amount of time. We might... Interesting. There's no stone there, so it's not that one. I reckon it's the west one. Yeah, this is electronical stuff. Stone brick. Yeah, there's stone here, so this is... Stone is acceptable to put into there. The underground belt is here. Let's get a ton of it, don't really know how much we need. Bunch more of that. Maybe a few loaders. What have we got? Got a nice number here now. They are coming in much faster, which is great. Don't know if we're going to use them for any of the production up here. Unlikely because of the low volume of everything, but we can see. Some of them may need like a ton of cable or something. We can have that option. If we want to filter in any fashion, they're pretty good for doing that with. Let's get all of these put in. And these taken out. Good idea. That's all of that. Yeah, good. Just this lot, and then be excessive. We're just going to have one machine here, I guess. It's probably far enough back, yeah. It's a bit of a weird one. Machine, in and out. Recipe is unbarrel lubricant. I didn't bring a storage tank with it. Go there. Can I make one with what I got on me? Nope. Need some iron. But it'll go there, and there's the lubricant available. Part of me wants to put that maybe closer to where it's going to be used. It doesn't need to be. We'll put it there and pump it in, but yeah, just a bit of a weird one. Actually, for the volume used, having a storage tank is really overkill. Oh well. That belt lines up, so that's the one we're going to use, and the others will terminate. And then, do we do it there, or no? Let's keep it linear. Put a bigger power pole there. Full barrel goes in, lubricant comes out the side, and empty barrel comes along the top here. This all the way to the right. This is something we don't really want backing up, I guess. I don't know. It's going to be weird. I'm not sure how to get LTN to do what I'm going to want here, which is to come and get the barrels all the time, basically, and take them back to the barreling plant, have them sat there rather than here. Don't know. But you know, I guess a big long line is going to be a useful way of doing that. For the visuals, I am going to put the warehouses here. It looks like the same as the other train stations, but we're going to limit what can go in. Are we? No, we're not. We want the barrels to go into them. Kind of want the barrels to go in spread between them all, but I doubt that's going to be an option, because we won't have enough to do that. But yeah, we don't want them to sit on the belt or anything. We want them in here. So, yeah, bottom corners. Interesting one. We're going to need constant combinate, one green and a bit more red. Not go running on train tracks. Then I think there's no point in trying to split this out into 8, is there? Evenly. There kind of is. Kind of. So yeah, back here, split it in half. Here, split to 4. There to 4. Runs into there, and this one into there. Let's split it a bit more even than pulling it off each time. So I'm hoping we're not going to fill these in at all. Not going to have that many barrels in motion, but I don't know. But, you know, we'll just have to see how that works. I think this is one of the things where LTN will be not as helpful compared to like some situations where it's very helpful. We want that kind of thing, but over here. Green out the way. Yeah, I think that's best practice. That's fine. Put that in there and then combinator, wire it in, put the train settings in. And this is going to be a provider. Which maybe it's one of these things, you know, a provider priority or something like that. Locked slots per wagon. Maybe we can do that on the delivery. Yeah, I don't know. Position of locomotive, cargo wagon. Yeah, it's probably some very complicated circuit network stuff we can use here to get the deliveries coming into this station at the north to not bring too much lubricant with them. I don't know. Yeah, we'll see. I guess, you know, what we want is, it's about this station. It's about emptying this station as quick as we can, rather than requesting it elsewhere to get empty barrels from anywhere. We want to tell it, get them from here all the time. Don't know. And although I guess it doesn't matter, if this warehouse has got enough space, then anywhere that wants empty barrels can just come and get them from here. Don't know. It's an interesting one. Well, you know, still got to work out how it's going to work. Still need to actually make lubricant and barrel it up. That's the other side of all this. Which is going to involve making a lot of barrels. Is that one I put in? Yeah, here in the miscellaneous stuff. We'll do that. We'll do a square, maybe a square that's got some stone in it that we can mine up specifically for landfill production. And then we'll put the other things in. I don't know about life support canisters. We need them to go to space, so that's not really optional, but yeah, whether we make them ad hoc with just a machine sat in a corner somewhere, or don't know. I'm doing that to run the lubricant in a pipe along here. We'll maybe run it along the outside, unless if the first thing we make is the only thing using lubricant, that might be best. So I think we'll try and do that. That's the input for this squared sorted, isn't it? That's everything lined up. It's very neat. Really like it. Very wasteful on belt, but I really like it. There you go. That needs renaming. Providers have the name of what they provide. So that's M52 East steel barrel. Okay. Here's what we're making here. We want number of belts, might be relevant, but probably not. Yeah. So it's the additional electric engines that are using the lubricant. We can make them first, no reason not to. So why don't we? And then we'll make the other related stuff to that next, perhaps. Try and fit things together. So this is what we're making, and doing it this way is nice. I can click in and remove the fluff distracting me, just focus on what we're making now. At the bottom end, a machine making stone tablets, a machine making gear wheels, 2 machines making cable, and so on. Can we just get them all in a row? Starting with a tiny gap, so there. Stone tablet. Maybe the other way, so that'll be gear wheel. Gear wheel, stone tablet, copper cable. Twice. And then, yeah, maybe we want to do that different. Let's go. Electronic circuit. Little motor. Big motor. Electronic circuit, little motor, 2 for big motors. There we go. If we can get all the inputs in like this, this is my preference. We can leave big gaps between stuff for belts and whatever, but straight rows of machines is pretty nice. It keeps it compact. So we're going to need iron into the first one, which is the only iron needed. Iron, no, more iron plate needed in this one. That's iron. Which case that could move up. I like that idea. Use that iron gear wheel. Goes into... Is that right? Yeah, iron gear wheel is only used in the little motor. Yep, so that's good. Stone can go in the end then, because that's the only place stone brick's going to go. Copper into them. So they will then go... Again, because of the speed of these, it's best to keep them on the short. It's a bit awkward. Copper in, cable out. Into there and there. Yeah. On the near. So stone in. That in. Although that is irrelevant, isn't it? Because number of belts wise, it's fractions of red belt. So let's have them both on the outside. This one on the inside. Then we would want to terminate that one there. So maybe not like that. Yeah, probably not because of that. Let's do that then, and this. Use long-handled. That should be fine. That out there is going only into them. Okay. Maybe out like that. That out like that, but on the near. So that's going into them with the those two ingredients, and then they just need steel plate and the lubricant. Should deal with that in a second. That can be steel plate. Just bring it in. Yeah, I mean that's fine by me. We leave a gap when we do more machines. So that's steel plate, and iron needs to come in here. Iron, copper, stone brick, steel plate. Should work. Maybe we should start requesting deliveries so we can actually see things in motion, make sure they're working. Oh, we can't check this one because we can't get lubricant, I guess. And I didn't bring any pipes with us. They're going to go there. No, that doesn't work, does it? We have to do that. Move that back one. Somehow. Like that, I guess. Is there an alternative to that? Not really. We know there isn't from the way I lay things out. Do it that side or do it different the other side, but either way we're going to end up weird. That's fine. This is the lubricant pipe. And it's not that far to travel, so that is fine. Set that up in a while. I think I'd like to finish this whole list and then we can sort lubricant out, maybe. We'll see. But we should still get these goods flowing. The ones we do have, shouldn't we? That would be best. Then I can see which line is which, actually. That would be pretty helpful at the moment. So, same logic as usual. I want to request half a train load of everything. Is that how we're doing it here? I think it is. It's how I wanted to do it, so I may have just got it wrong. It's requesting, yeah, like 16k of iron, and iron stacks in 100. Yeah, so 16k is half a train load. So up here, stone, glass, and sulfur. Stone, glass, and sulfur. Stone is 50s. Glass is 200. Stone, glass, and sulfur. Right, yeah, stone is 50, glass is 200. Where is sulfur? Yeah, sulfur is 50. So the 50s we should be asking for 8k. So 8k of stone. 8k of sulfur. And 32k of glass. This does seem to be working right. There's someone bringing stone here. It's a maximum of 1 train, so they're not going to get sulfur yet. Which is nice, really nice, that it seems to be working. So down here, 16k of each, right? Because they're all 100s. Stone brick come in 100s. Pretty sure it does. Remember where it's made. Over here somewhere. Yeah. Yeah, 100s. So 16k of each. That's so stone brick. 16,000. And plate. Copper plate. And steel plate. I think that's okay, and we should have space for that to not cause issues, hopefully. Just have to see how that goes. Okay, iron is the set of 4. No, it's that one. That's slightly wrong. That, and then copper is going to be this one. Nope. That one. Which means that needs to nudge over a bit. Stone brick is going to be this one. And that is steel, which is coming from the outside. There we go. We might want, before we get to the first one pushing them off, to push everything to the inside once. Maybe more than once, but let's say once, in order to encourage it to be more full on the inside. Even if it won't guarantee it. That'll do. I'm fine with that. Okay. That should make them. Just need to get that output there. Into... Just didn't think of this, did I? Missed the last line. 2 machines making the actual additional electric engines. Which, well, I guess we could have fed 1 to 1 if it's 2 of them and 2 of them. Do we want to do that over there? Not really. They're coming back here with those 2 things. The outside is green chips. That works out pretty well. And what's the other bit needed? Steel plate, which is this one. Yeah, okay, so steel plates, big engines, output of them into a test up here. For now. Seems fine. There's the first item. What are we going to do next? I don't think there's anything there to be like shared with the next thing we make. That's not going to be an option with that stuff, so just pick whatever next. Something related to it. Maybe we do What am I thinking? The other stuff that goes on the grid in the train, so the battery and the what have you. Is there any way I can hide this one that we've done? I can remove the fold out. That's something. Move it to the bottom, which won't break anything in this time because we've broken into sub-factories. Shouldn't break anything this time. And then move to the top, the one I want to work on. So battery and energy absorber, then maybe Tesla coil related to that. Yeah, and then we'll see. So I want to look at both of them actually, so let's fold it back out. Because they're both making batteries, we need to have chemical plants for that. They can share sulfuric acid production because that's less than a machine's worth. Just. Perhaps don't share battery production. Maybe. Would it be? Well, 8 machines. Well, they can. Well, why don't we do that? So why don't we make 8 machines making batteries first? So sulfuric acid in one machine. Do I have? Yeah, I've got some chemical plants. And then, in fact, it looks like I've got exactly the right number. Sulfuric acid in one chemical plant, batteries in 8 chemical plants. I do have exactly the right number, that's lucky. That's going to be battery. That is sulfuric acid. And they need the same stuff, kind of. A shared belt of copper and iron, which I assume we can fit on a shared belt. Yeah, because I need barely any of it. And then the first machine can take the iron off of it. Like to have a tank, even though it's unnecessary, especially with the volume we're working with, but I like it, so there we go. That'll be like that. That's going to be the shared belt, so we need to pull off copper there and an iron there. Would be one further back. We just need to plug sulfur into the edge, I guess. As good a place as any. There we go. And water, yeah. What else do we need water for here? So we need 17,000 fluid a minute. It's quite a lot. Sounds like quite a lot. Sulfuric acid here is not all of it. Oh, concrete would be the other thing, wouldn't it? Hello, Mondo. Nice to see you. Hope you're doing good. Water. Oh, there's some right there. Probably avoid building over all that. There's nothing else we're pulling out nearby, and it's too much to condense from the atmosphere. So yeah, we'll need to run water down from up there, which I might like to do now. Into a tank at the top of the line, maybe like that. Which we'll need pipe stuff to do. We'll need to head and get some pipe stuff. Doubt we can make enough. Yeah, we'll probably need to head back and get some. But I haven't taken a break yet, which I usually do with 2 hours in. Good time to have a little wander around, stretch my legs and everything. And whatever. So yeah, I'll just be, a few minutes, 4 or 5 minutes to do a few bits and pieces, and then when I'm back we'll carry on. We'll go get the pipe stuff and plug the water in up here and carry on working through this list of things to make. I think we'll get through it relatively quick actually. A few more hours perhaps, but relatively quick, and then we can see how far we get with the rest of the day. But yeah, like I say, a few minutes. I'll see you shortly. Hello there, I'm back from the break. It was very good timing. as soon as I went for break, her delivery turned up, so didn't have to interrupt the stream to go and sign for it. Just random lucky timing. Let's grab those pipe bits and carry on with this. They're not being made yet, so I'll have to go all the way back to the old base to get them. It's a shame, but still. Clear out a bit of space, get rid of that stone, and then, you know, we might need some more for other bits and pieces, I suppose. So stock up on those in our inventory and keep building. Okay, so here is storage tanks. Better yet. Bunch of old ones in here. Offshore pump. How much can we fit? You know, that'll do. That'll probably do. We'll empty that out anyway, but that'll probably do. Doubt we'll need more than 3 offshore pumps. Should be good. With that, how am I for... We'll pick up some more fuel. Clear out some space by emptying the stone away, and we'll pick up some more rocket fuel for our jetpack on the way back over. We've been safe from the meteors so far today. Not had many coming at us. But yeah, like we've seen a couple of times in past sessions that the 10 guns, like sometimes 7 or 8 meteors come, half the guns miss. So I would like to expand that when we move it into, well, at least twice as many. And presumably we're going to need them for other planets when we end up over there, so that's going to be interesting. Okay, where are we? This is the one? Yep, good. Let's plug all that in. And where the lubricant will run when we actually make some. And then water into here. Is that going to run okay up here? Should do. Straight up, I guess. Don't need to complicate it. It's not ideal, but it will do. Can't quite make it all the way over the rail, so that'll go in the middle there. Nice to run the power pole in line with that, wouldn't it? Although, yeah, getting the power pole over there I'm not a fan of, so... not that one, keep that one. Turn it round. We'll go to the corner where the power already splits out. And send the pipe up there instead. Ooh. All that Tesla coil. Then let's go with... ultimately there will be a rail there. So there, or the one to the right of that would be acceptable. So that's fine. And that is connected good, and then power pole is there. That will run up with it. If we put that rail in, then it'll run up here as well, which we might do for the square to the east. if we want that oil, I guess, or that iron. But this square I don't see us building in because the awkwardness of that uranium there as well is that square, whether that's L53, that might be nice, despite the uranium. We'll see. Clear some of these rocks out of the way. We can fit them. Nope. Hopefully we can make room for them. Here is water. Let's turn the corner at this point, I guess. Or around here. Offshore pump. There it is. There is not powered, is it? But if we give bigger pole. That's good. Water. This stone is a problem. Nothing I can do about it. Get rid of what's in my inventory somehow. I combine that stone. No, that's not going to work. Oh, that gets the stone inside because these are now stuck instead. If I cancel it, it just goes. Okay, whatever. Immediate problem solved. Okay, water's there, so we can use a bit to make the acid. That's unfortunate. Can I change that? Not without moving all the pipes around. I mean, that can go there, can't it? 1, 2, 3, 4. Yeah. Should go there, in fact. And that can go there. There we go. Making sulfuric acid, making batteries, which need to output. Let's alternate as well to balance it on the belt a bit better. There we go. There are batteries. They exist. Good. Next elements of this are copper cable. No, that's, yeah, battery, copper plate and copper cable. So that's dead simple. Batteries are there. We can probably do this like there. We can try. Copper cable, energy absorber. I guess ideally we would split the batteries, not pull directly off that line. As this is going to use 6 of them and we need, I don't know, it's not ideal, but it'll be fine. It won't cause a problem. I don't think it will cause a problem. But that's fine, right? One of them to one of them with all of that running past. So that can go direct and it can bring the copper from that side. Should be good, should be good. Just need to output them into a chest. Which I'm running short of. Have we got steel here yet? Yep. Make a few more of them. There we go. So that's energy absorber done. Go to the bottom. Now we're going to make big personal battery, which needs the remainder of the batteries there and some extra electronic circuits in, oh, like a fraction of a machine. But still, we need to do that. So stone tablet, copper cable, electronic circuit. then 3 machines making personal battery, and 1 machine making big personal battery. Right, just double check those numbers. 1 machine making big personal battery, 3 machines making personal battery, the remainder of the batteries which use sulfuric acid, a machine making electronic circuits slowly, and the constituent parts of that all fine. These just take iron, copper, battery, iron, battery, electronic circuit. Okay, so if we do the same again and have a shared belt of... It's tempting to move this over to share that shared belt, but that's fine. We'll do a shared belt here as well. For iron and copper in there, iron into them, and copper into there. That goes into there along with that. Put that on the inside. That needs stone brick. It's probably better putting that side to stay away from where we need to merge the belts. It's there. Output of the electronic circuits. Be nice if we can go there. And no, not to the end. Okay. And then batteries into them. Like that. And then they come out, go into there, and they go out into a chest. That all works, that'll be good. We need to set up the inputs then. Stone brick. Goes there. And same as we've done here. Put the power poles in a different spot. Copper and iron. Wonder how much. Have we used like a whole belt of any of them yet? Put that to the bottom. Iron, for example, 0.005, 0.013. I can check there, can't I? 0.039 plus 0.07 plus 0.02. That's not even anywhere near 1. Fine. Then yeah, I wanted to do Tesla coil next just because it's related to those items. So we've got additional electric engines, energy absorbers, and big personal batteries. They go in the train's equipment grid. Then the Tesla coil powers the train, so that's what I want to put in next. Keep going with the power poles. So for this we need quite a lot of stuff. Interesting. 4 copper cables, so some of them go into the green circuit, some of them go further. And then a stone tablet, so stone tablet, copper cable, green circuit. Two making the coils, 4 making the steel beams. Do we put them here as well? Maybe? I don't know. If we can get all the inputs to work, then yeah, straight line like that. We'll try that in every case. Leave gaps between them like we have to get all the belts in. I think it's fine. It's slightly different to how we've done things before, and that's interesting to see. Tesla coils. There. Only 2. Should we halve it? Nah. It's fine. 4 making steel beam. 1 making electronic circuit, but 4 making copper cable, then 1 making stone tablet. There we go. That's going to go into there, out and into there. These are going to go different. Out there, we'll alternate it. Don't need to, but in fact, let's perhaps not, and we can combine it with steel beams. Yeah, it's quarter belt needed. So they'll go on the outside, steel beams will go on the inside. Steel in there. Input, output, steel there, copper there, stone brick there. There's steel all the way on the outside, isn't it? So that's like that. Copper, so move that over. No. Move that over. Split the copper off there. Stone brick in there. They'll go to there. That one goes to there. That's all pretty good. So we've got green chip going out the top there. Shared belt coming up the bottom here. Green chip copper cable that. Yep. Then we just need outputs into the chest at the top here. That'll work. I hope. Bring them all down. Connect them up properly. All them going. Should just check actually about the sulfur. Are we going to use it again? So that's Tesla coil done. No sulfur there or there or there. Don't know if we would. None more there. No. Nothing else needs sulfuric acid, but what we've already done, the batteries, is the only reason we needed it. Yeah, down here. Okay. So we don't need to bring that with us. That one can terminate at the one machine making sulfuric acid. We go put that amount I pulled. Look at that, what a mess. So much of it, but there we go. It's fine. Hard to clear up later, but you know, is what it is. Okay, let's bring all these up to where we are now. Then, what else have we got that's related to the trains? So that's all train equipment and the way we charge it. Fluid warehouse is kind of related. Warehouse is kind of related, and then rail and so on. Signals and what have you. So anything that makes sense to put next, not really. Like, not particularly. So yeah, let's go with warehouse. And that, because it's using concrete, is related to the flooring. Perhaps. Anything else that used concrete? Don't think so. May see, and we can do a second load. So let's say we're going to do these two next. They share some things, so try and do them both together maybe. They need a lot more buildings. They're going to need a lot more developing out. Not just going to be not going to be a single row like that if we need like 17 of something. It's fine. So let's take a look. 1 machine making the plates, 2 making steel beams, 17 making steel beams. So we can combine them. Refined concrete made in 6 using iron beams from 4. And concrete from 8. Down here, concrete from 17. It is perhaps a bit much. The speed at which we're making warehouses at the moment is not bad at all, and we're just using 1 steel beam machine. I think we should cut this back. Going to cut that warehouse back. So let's start with halving it. Yeah, half a final machine. Then I think we go further than that. Let's say it's like 2. Can we get these numbers round? Like the number of concrete machines down to 4 might be nice. Sure what that number will be. Oh, there we go. 4, perfect. 1.8 per minute. I'm fine with that. We'll go with that. Combine the sticks into 1 machine. Obviously combine the sand into 1 pulverizer. Are we using stone anywhere else? Yes, for rail. Yeah, okay, so that isn't like ending here. But if we did rail next, then we could end it there. That's fine. I think that's one of the first things, is to pulverize, which we don't have one on us, so let's head down and grab a pulverizer. Pretty sure we've added them to them all. If we're not using them here, maybe we didn't then. Ah, no, there it is. We're using a crusher to make pulverizers. Interesting. Why not? I get rid of all this stone? No. Some of it. Big building, isn't it? Yeah, so could we do it up out of the way a bit? Not really. It's going to overlap with anything we put there. Doesn't fit between at all, so we need to take a pole out and it can just start here. Need it to go particularly fast, so maybe inserter in, inserter out will be okay. Making sand. Which is then going where? Into the concrete. Okay. Work the output out in a second. Let's say that stays there for now. Machines can start here, in theory. Might start them there instead. So yeah, I mean that looks like a fair stage 1. Make concrete. So we're talking about 12 concrete machines. We need 1 iron stick machine. And water. It's 12 machines. Concrete, yeah. Wouldn't fit the stick machine here. Might be nice for the other side, but either way. Iron stick. Iron in, sticks out. Yeah, probably going to have to be like that. See how it goes. So what is the ratio? 2 stick to 10 sand, so I want sand to be closer. So that should be sand, and then stone brick as well. Stick, sand, stone brick. What's consumption rate on this? So 8 of them, which is 2/3, is using, yeah, nothing. So that's fine. They'll go on a shared belt then, stick and stone brick. So stick can go to the far side. Stone brick comes on there. Need that one anymore, no sulfur. And then that's being split off there. Let's go into there, which is outputting to there. That might just be easier with a loader, I think, just for simplicity's sake. So yeah, that will balance that. So iron needs to come onto there. We go. We'll end up with them. Hopefully long insert is going to be fast enough. Should be. Output's going to be a little awkward. We'll look at that in a sec. The water supply, which, you know, takes up a lot of space. That's the real issue here. Let's get that water down here. Can't go in a straight line there. Okay, that's a bit annoying. Can move the stone. Let's bring the water down and then take a look. So it's there. Ooh, that's awkward. Do that, and they'll still feed on either side. Just then gonna pull, I mean, the same as they were really from that edge. Yeah, that's fine. Doesn't make any difference. Then here, yeah, I want to. There instead, there instead. Nope. One further up. There we go. That's to there, so we'll... Can that span that distance? Should be, yep, yeah, that's good. But not all the way, that's fine. That's good there. Water in, concrete being made. I just want to go shovel this stone back into the... up here. Yep. How much glass did I pick up? Not enough to worry about. Okay, so yeah, getting the concrete out. It's 10 each cycle. 10 per 10 seconds-ish. So long-handled might work. Don't have the connection. The other option is to send all these under. Come out the front, which I kind of like the idea of. But joining all that together is a bit messy. Messier than doing this. Yeah. Let's do that. How are we going to do that? Big poles every other. Long-handled inserters in the middles will be powered. If every other one is near, that'll be a bit neater. There we go. There's concrete into the world. Next steps. Some of it needs refining, some of it doesn't. I say we make the steel beams and warehouses next. That's going to be awkward. But yeah, let's. Do we need to leave a gap? probably to get stuff in. Yes, let's go there. 4 for that, 2 for that, and then 2 making warehouses. No, 1 making warehouse. Yep, fine. So this is steel beam. Steel in, beam out. But 2 of them are not going this way. Split off at the top, maybe, to ensure. Well, that would ensure 3 go the other way. Whereas we want 2 to go the other way, 4 to stay. Split is not the best way of doing that. It's kind of like if 1 backs up, I still want it to go the other way would be nice, and split is the best way of doing that. Is the other one going to back up? So we put 3 this way, it's 1 machine that it will back up. Yeah, so we'll have a splitter. They'll go to that one and then that will go to the other stuff. So this is for warehouse. To bring concrete and steel plate. So that's steel plate. That can be concrete and they can go into a box there. Way to the outside one for the steel. There we go. I'll deal with all of that. So yeah, concrete also, I guess we want to split. Yeah, they'll be the same because the refined is in a specific number, so we need... do we need another row to do that in? To add more water, which is awkward, but that's fine. Yeah, I think a new row is best. Other than trying to force them up here, we might. Let's have a look. 1 machine making the flooring. 2 machines steel beams, 4 machines making iron beams, 6 making refined concrete, so 5 is 6, and then it's not best, but it is kind of the only option. So we do the iron stuff where the iron already is, and get it out of there somehow. I don't think that's better. Nothing is needed to move this to a new line. Let's do that. That's going to be concrete. Might as well plug it in. And then we'll split it off in a minute. Okay, so here or no, over 1. 4 machines to make iron beams. 6 machines to make refined concrete. Iron beam. There we go. Probably put the water the other side. Don't know. Concrete and iron beam into here. So let's say, well, what are the rates on that? A lot more concrete here. Yeah. So concrete on the inside. Iron beam on there. So that can be iron. Then long handled out. Alternate inside outside, why not? So that's iron. And that's going all the way to there. Like that, and that's the concrete in. Water needs to come in, which, like I say, is always awkward. Bring that from this side, I guess. Where is it? Up here? Bring it further down. There we go. That's all that's needed, other than they need to output. Going to be in a similar deal, I suppose. There, and there. Kind of want to move that one to that end to be neat. Nah, it's fine. Power pole there and there. That's feeding into one machine, making the flooring. Though I guess, I don't know, do we want to double it so we can do both colours? Like, expand this, or do we want to split everything precisely in half and make half as much of each colour? I think we're probably just going to want mostly light. We can fill a box up and then flick it to dark. Ooh, there's an idea. If I got that mod that lets you use a combinator to change the recipe in the building, then we could fill a box up and change the recipe to the other one. Tempting, very tempting. Refined concrete steel beam, so that's refined concrete, and that's the steel beam. That's it. Can go into a chest there, fine with that. We need to plug iron into this end. Be here, I think. This could be the point at which an entire line of iron has been used up. But don't really mind, we'll just keep running. Everything, don't mind doing that. Okay, that's all that, that's all that. Checking that everything goes okay. These are pretty slow. Not sure if I'm confident that they are going to back up properly. What could we do? I mean, we could separate that off again and feed that back round. So, if you see what I mean. Six machines get turned into 3 and 3. That gives, that's a 1.5. No, not going to help. No big deal. Oh, it'll work, I'm sure. Over time. Good. Flooring is being made slowly, and you know, that's not important. Every now and then we'll run back here, grab it, and go and pave over half the world. And then let it stock back up again before we do that again. Just gonna run all the lines forward, and then we can look at what's next. Rail, I think, is what I would like to do next. Then signals, stops, and so on. Well, nice and neat this week, what we're building in. Really, really happy with the layout and the organisation of it all. And these rocks are going to get in the way sooner or later. Mark them for removal. Okay, that was that done. That done. So I want this followed by these and that, and then loco wagon radar. Neither here nor there, it uses all the stuff, and that's kind of it for rail related things at that point. So yeah, Yeah, we'll do radar after that. So all these in reverse order kind of thing. Rail first, let's take a look at that. One machine fed by 4 machines of steel beam. Nice and simple. Put that here then. 4 steel beam, 1 rail. Steel in, beam out. Beam in, stone in, rail out. Bring stone in there too. And that along there. That'll be fine.
Doomed!
Hello there, Tens Dungeon. Thank you very much for raiding in. Lovely to see you. You were also playing Factorio. Very good. Hope you had a good stream. Really do. Hope everyone who's joined through the raid has had a nice time hanging out with you today. Hope it was a good one. Yep. K2 and SE as well. Good. Hope you're having as much fun as I am. I say I'm having fun. I feel like I am having fun, but it is it's definitely an interesting one as well. A lot going on and I'd say quite slow, but I don't know if I'm enjoying that or not enjoying that. It's you know, nice in some ways and in other ways frustrating maybe. Sometimes a bit overwhelming. Absolutely. I've tried to add some like quality of life stuff to help with that, but it still is very overwhelming. Absolutely. You got to space for the first time. Oh, that's very cool. Really cool. I've loved all those extra buildings they've added in, like you will have seen, you know, like your cargo rocket launcher and your meteor protection things and all the animations they do and everything. It's really nice, really like feels good when it's happening. So yeah, that's pretty cool. You got into space and stuff. That's good. It's good progress. Obviously, like still a long way to go, but that's the nature of it. It's my first time with the mods too. We've been to space, but then kind of come back to reorganize the starting planet before like progressing any further. So we're still doing just lots of organization on a rail layout and tidying things up. So I'm in a good layout for when we start progressing. You think I'm further? Not. It wouldn't be much further, but you know, maybe further in terms of developing stuff out. But research-wise, we haven't done anything that requires the space research. So you'd be in a similar area probably if you've just got to space. At least in that like progression. Not that it matters, you know. Need to scale up. Yeah. That's I think that's Krastorio's fault. You need some serious scale on things. I mean, we've got like this much iron smelting currently on the go, and I think pretty soon that's not going to be enough. So I don't know. We'll see. But big scale, definitely. How much science per minute? I'm not anything specific. We're what were we doing? We were doing 1 science every 2 seconds, I think. Yeah, we were. So 1 of each card every 2 seconds, and that was in assembly machine 1s. So we've now got higher tech level. We can do them a bit faster. We'll probably target the same. So it'll be I don't know the exact number. 1 every 2nd and a 3rd or whatever. Producing a bit more than that. Oh, cool. Iron is less developed. Interesting. Yeah, it's interesting how it balances out, and it depends what else you're building. We've got a lot of like production of logistical items and other buildings and stuff that, like pulverizers, for example, that chest is full. So the iron we would be using to make that is actually available for other things at the moment. So it's perhaps not so bad, but you know, it's good fun at least to get all of that scaled up and built in and stuff like that. Hello V, nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Use the advanced processor smelt. Ah, that's, yeah, good. Yeah. Your hub's having a hard time. That's a shame. We've got, I can show you the rare metals. So they're, obviously you have to get chlorine to harvest your rare metals. And if you're doing that, you might as well produce the hydrogen chloride to do the enrichment. So we are enriching our rare metals in that more complicated process, but not the basic stuff yet. You know, we'll do it soon, I'm sure. At some point, or we might skip over to the next level of complexity by going to like an alien planet and getting the resource to do that with, that I'm vaguely aware of. You are good. Glad to hear it, V. Am I having a good day? I'm having a good day, I think. Things are going well in the background, and I always have fun playing Factorio, so even when it's complicated, I'm having fun. Okay, let me get these connected. That should start production of rail. That's very good.
Follow you.
I have to go. Thanks for talking. No problem at all, Tenstone. Really appreciate you stopping by. And, you know, whatever you're up to next, have a good day. Hope it's a good one. And thank you very much for the follow. I appreciate that. Okay, so what's next on the list? This is the plan for this square, M52 on our grid. We've got items and buildings relating to rail and fluid movement, so we're working gradually through a list of all those things. Next, I think, is going to be signals. I want to move those to the top and do them together. Yeah, absolutely. If you're at the similar time again, you can come over. I'm here quite regularly, so yeah, it'd be nice to see you again, and you can come keep us updated how your base is going too. It'd be great. This one's a little awkward. I might scale this up. Half a machine of signals from half a machine of circuits is... I guess if we share them, it's one machine of circuits and then we can split it in half with a splitter. That could be pretty good, consistent. Monday, Wednesday, Friday. Oh, very cool. I'll come check it out sometime as well if I'm able to. Be nice to see what's going on. Yeah, have a good one, Tenstone. Nice to see you. That'll be okay actually if we split that. So let's do one of tablets, two a cable, one of circuit. And then one of each signal type. One of tablets, two of circuit, no, two of cable, one of circuit. One of each rail and chain. There we go. Put stone into there like we normally do. Copper into there. Do that like we have as well. That goes to the inside. They can go into there. Goes into there. These also need just iron plate. Okay. Gonna move that around a bit then. Them in there and run copper and iron there. They can output into a couple of chests there. Fine with that. Let's move that down out of the way. So that, I want to do the same as we did before where we combine them. So they combine in line with the pole. There. Ah, I forgot. That's the last place where we use stone. That can go like that. Disappear. We are about halfway down here. Are we over halfway down the list? Probably. We might fit. We might have to turn the corner at the end to fit some in the southeast. Just be a little awkward, but see how it goes. That's copper. And that's iron. To there we go. Okay. I should shoot all the way to the end and start making signals. Yep. Not inputting fast enough for the recipe, interesting. When it's 5 iron every half second, sure. That's quite a lot. That's okay. This is not getting copper cable fast enough. Which also makes sense. Let's change that around. Allow for extra inserter there. That's better. They don't need to go particularly fast. I don't need that many signals made that quickly, but I would rather they were balanced proper. Working proper. Which reminds me. Do we want to split it to make sure? I think they're kind of evenly spreading between them of their own accord. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, that's both signals done. Next on the list, I think probably rail stations, then radar, then trains, maybe. What do we need? So a train, locomotive is steel, iron, copper, stone, brick. Iron, steel for that. Doesn't really matter. Let's do these. I'm going to drop into it to get rid of the other stuff, as it's quite a complicated one. Got 5 machines making electronic circuits. Is this overkill? That doesn't really matter, it's only half a machine making it, so not really going to reduce it. But we could. Let's go for it. 12 machines making copper cable is just a bit much, really. Still. Let's do that first. $11, $12. These are copper cable. They are taking in just over half a belt of copper, outputting 1 1/8 belts of cable. That's not good, or not easy. But okay, we can work this out. Means that the output needs more than a full belt. So that's not enough for the output. 1/8 of them need to output to a second belt. So what is that? 8 to 12, 1.5 of them? Something like that. So why don't we take the last 2 or 3? Right. Let's 1.5. Yeah, so the last 2 need to go onto a different belt. And that should be fine. We can combine those belts together. Probably priority left into the fuller one and see how that goes. And that is copper inward. There we go. What's next? Probably 2 machines making stone tablets, feeding 5 making circuits. Use up some of these cables. 2 making tablets, 5 making circuits. If we can squish them in this close, that'd be nice. Stone into there. Gonna be awkward. No, we can make it work, I'm sure. We go like under, maybe. Can output there fast enough. It's making 1 every half second, so I'm not sure if long handled's really going to be okay, so I'd rather output with the short handled. That does make balancing the sides awkward, doesn't it? Not much to be done for that. Let's try with long handled. Move their sides a bit as well, balance them out a little bit. And then copper cable going in there. I would like to do that different up here, but I don't think there's really an option. Yeah. Yeah, I'd rather force that the other way, and hopefully that's okay, and put that down there. So that's going to use up most of it, I hope. And then there's little bits needed for other stuff. Yeah, they're using 1200. And then quite a bit still going on. I mean, less than a belt's worth is going onwards, so that's fine. It's, yeah, less than half a belt, so that is fine as it is. What can we also do? Which elements? This iron sticks, they're for the train stop. That's probably on a new line, so 2 making iron sticks, 1 making train stops. If we can fit it squished in like this. We'll find out soon. That also needs iron plate. Yeah, no, that's too squished for that. Too close. Can move them further up. It's an option. Or we need to move them further away. Let's go with further up, maybe. Up to here. Or there. Let's... what else have we got to build? So that's those 3 machines there. We've got 1 for red wire, 1 for green wire, 1 for lamps, 1 for constant combinators, and then 1 for the final stop. So 5 more machines to fit in, most of which feed into each other. I think we'll put them down here. They're going to be there. Iron in. Sticks out and then in. Steel plate and green circuit. Them in there. Put green circuits in there. split them off here. Well, connect them up, and if we need to split them to somewhere else, we'll do that when we need them. Steel plate into there, I guess. And they can come out here, just not be able to put a machine there, which is fine. So that's steel plate and iron plate. Plug them in before I forget what they are and where they belong. But I've run out of belt. Need to go do a resupply. Let's do that now, just so... Like, I don't mind building with blueprints, but I prefer to build with the real thing to see things in action, get them working. Gonna dump this unneeded stone in here. It's fine, and then we'll just grab as much belt as we can. Just one grid square to our south. Overflown it, it's right there. That'll keep us going for a while. Which iron first. So that's there. Oh, what else? I've run out of power poles, okay. Should have checked that while we were down there. Is there anything else I'm running out of? Everything else looks fine. We don't really have much inventory space to put the power poles in. Don't need to carry these balancers around anymore. Still, we'll go get some in a second. Those, why they're not... Oh, I didn't build all of this. Okay, bots weren't quick enough. Definitely the bot's fault. Good, that's flowing, and that's going to make train stops. So, because ideally we'd make logistical train stops there, if we can get away with that. Lamp, 2 lots of wire, and constant combinator. So, constant combinator would be good there. What's lamp need? Bit of glass, copper cable. Okay. They all need cable. Ah. It's going to be a bit fiddly, but I think we can do it here. That is constant combinator. Red wire, green wire, and lamp. Okay. Iron plates there. How much do you need? 1 per half second. 4 per half second. Okay, so they are going to need cable on the insides. Yeah, it's going to need 2 inserters. Electronic circuits, and they're going into there, under there. It's all going into there. We might need a bit of space around that actually to get more inputs lined up. Let's move these all over one. Red, green. Make lamps over here. Maybe. It'll be hard to get the glass in, and the iron's there. How about here? So that's a bit further forward than we have elsewhere. Yeah, we'll do them here. It's fine. But in that case, let's put lamp first. All need copper cable, which is over here somewhere. That one needs green circuits. Need to get glass into there and iron. I'll go there. Is there anything else we're going to use the glass for, or does it just come here? Trains don't need glass. Do fuel refineries? No. Not the condenser, not the flare stack. We do need glass to make chemical plants and oil refineries, so that's fine. We just split off rather than sending the whole line in. There we go. Should be fine. That should be fine. They should be good. So we just need to take all of these outputs, get them over here somehow. So these two can go back here. Them on the inside. Shared belt of what have you. This is fast. We're not trying to run it at full speed, I don't think, but getting all those inputs in half a second is a bit much. Let's move that as far over as it can. Is that going to be enough? Why don't we not risk it? Just use a loader. It's overkill probably, but don't mind. These outputs. Move that back one. Them over there, and we'll wiggle them around somehow, or send that under. Them on the near edge. They can run into that side. We're missing train stops. Well, we're missing green. I haven't plugged in the stone brick. There we go. I should start making green circuits. Yep, okay. They're being made. That just needs green circuits. They're being made. But yeah, really they need 2 inputs of that. Why don't we, again, go overkill and load the cable into there. That needs a grabber. Good. That's making train stops. We also need, didn't think of this, we're intentionally overproducing the constant combinators because we need them as well. So half of what's coming out of this machine we want to send elsewhere. Can I put it onto a splitter and then no, because it's outputting it before the splitting action happens. How about moving that over one, putting the splitter there. No, if we turn the glass away, then yes, there we go. Chest of combinators, a chest of logistic train stops. Very nice. The train stop is not running very fast. Does it need to? No, it can run at half speed. The whole thing can go at half speed. That's fine then. That's as good as it needs to go. And to go any further, we're going to need more power poles to connect our stuff to. So let's go down and grab some of them. And we will move on to radar next. Our poles are over this end, I think. Yep. It's not many. Can I do anything about that? Not without putting some belt back, maybe? Sure. We'll be back here soon, I'm sure, to grab more of something, so no big deal. Okay. Radar is... still quite a few buildings as well. Don't know if I want to cut that back. Frogman, hello. Welcome in. Nice to see you. Hope you're having a good day. Remaking radar-wise. 45 a minute, that's overkill, definitely. Cut back. The final machine's just going to run inefficiently, but we can choke it by having one machine making motors. That's no good. It's 1.07 machines. I don't think it really matters what we do or how many we do. Probably just round these up a bit and get whatever we get. Yeah. Otherwise we're just going to have weird numbers of stuff, or weird ratios of stuff. Let's go with that as the target, and like I say, round these numbers up a little bit. So 2 machines making cable, 1 for sticks, 2 for wheels, 1 for core, 1 for motors. How do they combine? So weirdly, the stick and the gear wheel go in the core, gear wheel and the cable go in the motor. So if we do stick, gear wheel, core, cable, motor. Stick, gear wheel, core, cable, motor, I think. Ah, yes, Frogman, I see. That's you got different usernames, so I didn't click immediately. Yeah, absolutely. Helpful tips, like you say, or some ideas and everything, which is hugely appreciated. Yeah. Anyone who's got, you know, input, ideas, feedback or whatever, it's always welcome. So, you know, if you're thinking of something, do drop a comment on the YouTube videos or, you know, here in chat if it's live or whatever. Yeah, it's going to be an interesting one for sure. Like, I was kind of hoping that towards the end of today's session, we might have another opportunity to look at the space stuff and try and plan out. I have this like vague idea of, like you say, using the signal transmission mod to get data back and forth and control what goes on a rocket and so on. The one bit that I'm still stuck on is getting the rocket pieces that survive the journey back from orbit to the planet to reuse them, which I think the only way is to make cargo rockets in orbit, which I don't really want to do to begin with. So still a bit that I'm, you know, really eager to get involved with. But I said at the start of today, like we're halfway through organising everything in the rail grid. I want to finish that before we start, even though I'm excited to move on. Iron. That's iron. And they need copper. So if that's copper, let's say. Everything in here is quite fast, so that's pretty slow, so it might be okay on inputs, outputs like this. It's copper. They need to go into that one. They need to go into that one, which hopefully they can do with long-handed. Not sure. We'll see. And they need to go into that one. Okay. They need to go into that one. They can output to there, and they can output to there. Go on near side. Could be okay. So that's iron first. Then copper there. How far that's... This is copper? Yeah. Okay. Automation cores and small motors. So we need a machine to make the radars, which takes them, and stone brick and steel plate. They're there, that's fine. Stone brick, steel plate on output. Stone brick and steel plate. Assume we're going to use stone brick for something else. Doesn't terminate here. Yeah, all sorts. Yep, fine. Why is that inside line empty? Just because the amount that's being taken, yeah, for them. Would be nice if they took from both sides of the belt, but there we go. Not much we can do about that. Without making a mess. Okay, so they're not going at full speed, but they really don't need to, because we were planning on going at 0.11 of a machine, so that's fine. Radar is good. That pole put in. Yeah. Clear these rocks out of the way of our progression. We're getting pretty close to the edge of the bottom. Which, like, we're not going to fit all of the stuff in, that's for sure. So at some point, probably after we've done all of the rail related stuff, we'll turn the bus round the corner, head back up north and create a second road to the east. So we're using a lot more space in this square than we did in the one before, which is interesting. But it is, I think, much better organised and makes more sense. So I think I'm a fan of it this way around. You get this planned in, and then what do we want to do? I mean, wagon's easiest. Let's do that first. Get that out of the way. 2 making steel beam, 1 making iron gear wheel, 2 making wagon. Dead easy. And that needs iron plate, so iron, 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 steel, steel. Assume yeah, like fractions of belt space, so that can just go to the inside. They can go into a box there. It's iron and steel. Good. That should make wagons. Level, get rid of them. So is this the last rail related thing? Yeah, looks like it. Locomotives. A bit more complicated. It's these multi-cylinder engines, which are pretty costly. That's fine. Yes, those are making wagons. Okay, so we've got electronic circuits. Very few. Sure. 2 machines making gear wheels, which go into multiple stages. 1 machine making the first level of engine and then 5 making the next. Kind of want all that in a row. I think we'll squeeze it all together here. Probably. Give it a go. 2 making gear wheel, 1 making it, and then 5 making that. They all need iron plate. They need gear wheels. They need gear wheels. Then the actual like locomotive itself does too, right? Is that 2 machines? It's steel plates and gear wheels, okay. But that can be gear wheel line. Got that wrong? Yes, that should be gear wheel as well. There we go. That should be that. Which needs output input. And they need output. Okay, can't really squish it all here then. That line is in the way. Just from here. So if we move 2 to the right, perhaps. The output of the multi-cylinder engines can go over that side without a problem. Go into these. My gear wheel needs to go in there. Then electronic circuit and steel plate. None of which is simple. We could do them over here. Bring stuff up that gap. Yeah, fine with that. So that will be stone tablet, copper cable, electronic circuits. Double check that is 1 of each. Yeah. That's fine. That can feed in like that. kind of. That can go there, so that's copper in. Stone brick in. Maybe. Only real use of getting a bit of space research done was, yeah, blue belt. It does make sense, yeah. I'm not sure in our layout if it matters too much in that the trains have got 8 wagons. So in all cases we're going to have 8 belts available. 8 red belts is probably enough of anything. But being able to build more, like compact, by using blue belt would be a big advantage, because it's early, right? As soon as you've... Yeah. 300 science packs and you get blue belts. And they just need steel and lubricant, which isn't difficult. So, definitely. I think there's also... There's Automation 3, for example, which is nice. But, what was it? Might have been space capsule navigation that I was like, well, that's going to make life a lot easier to grab quick. To let you launch without a cargo rocket silo, yeah. Something like that, don't know. It depends on how things are set up, I suppose. Was something, but the rest of it not too worried about. I guess enrichment of uranium cells, or improvement of nuclear power in general. Don't know. I don't think we'd have benefited massively from having any of that research at this point in time. It would have made things neater, but it felt like a good time to like redo before going up. Don't know. Gonna have to redo everything over and over again regardless. Every step of progression is going to mean redoing a lot from the looks of it. Copper on that line. And stone brick on that one. Then steel needs to get all the way up the end here. Not much steel. Yeah, very, very little. So we could combine that with the output of that. Got steel there. So can we get that? Yeah, nice. But not to there. Just want to cut off one side of that belt. So how about... combining them there. Inputs to there, outputs to there. Into a little box there. So wagons are there, which might just... And yeah, I think you're right about how bots would be useful in a case like this, moving individual items around these areas without long belt runs. I just don't feel the current Roboport we've got is really worth the time because of the coverage of it. So I'm quite interested in upgrading robots and actually using them in certain situations, because I usually don't. I think I've said a few times, don't usually use robots. I think there could be some cases where we will find them very helpful. Yeah, base producing vast quantities of everything helps. Yeah, we're moving forward. Yeah. Yeah, absolutely. You're going to have to do it at some point. But I don't know, we've got... I don't know if we will be able to stretch to getting to the next phase of ore processing before we connect the next ore patch, because I'd quite like that. is it vulcanite you need, I think? Before we connect our next like iron ore mining and smelting section, I'd quite like to be able to do that tier. We can do enrichment now, so the next one we connect we could enrich. But if we're building a new one, it'd be nice to get it with like the maximum output. Okay, that's locomotives being produced, right? Just check they are. Yeah, they're getting engines very, very slowly. Interesting. Things might need to just back up a bit to make that flow correctly. But that's fine. Yeah. Is, I think, every rail-related item in the list. Yeah. So we've still got filtration, electrolysis, pump jack, offshore pump, refinery, chemical plant, flare stack, condenser, refinery, pipes and tanks to fit in that gap there, which is definitely not happening. So yeah, I think best option is to turn it around, send it back up the back here, so we work out where that edge is, send the whole bus back up that edge and continue building to the east of the belt. We could send it all the way over and build to the west of it to keep everything, all the chests in the same spot. Might do that. It does then limit the amount of space we potentially can use, but that's enough width to work in based on what we've done so far. So might do that, yeah, take it all the way to the east and send it up. Let's work that out then. So do we take it all the way down first? Maybe not. Although is doing that going to leave us with a big gap in the middle? And does that even matter? Probably not. Might as well go all out and have to upgrade it later down. Yeah, I don't know if I don't really know the mod pack well enough to know when I've reached the last tier of something, at which point, you know, you just build that in bigger scale. But if there's going to be something unlocked, then I'm always a bit, you know, wanting to hold back and get to it before even starting. Which might, you know, just accept that you've got to rebuild and rebuild, then get on with it. Maybe. Build them in. Do we go all the way down before turning? No. Nah. Wrong one. There we go. I'm going to leave a little gap. What's the first one to turn? It's going to be glass. Shame we didn't use that up. There we go. Captain True, welcome in. Nice to see you. Hope you're well. Why all the power poles? Because it's neat. There's no good reason for them. It's how I have always built in Factorio. It helps me keep things organized. Helps me work out what I'm trying to do. And that's it. It's just about a system of working that helps my mind work with what I'm doing. So the power poles are always like this in the square grid. You fit 2 assembly machines between each one. It makes it nice. It's, you know, systemized. I doubt it's ideal in any way, but it just helps with that organization. The better organized the base is, the better I can keep my head around what's going on. You know, it's the general idea behind it. Can we cut any of these short? So how much copper have we used so far? Hard to tell because the numbers have changed. If the numbers change this time, I'm definitely not using Factory Planner correctly. I keep breaking it. So, not great. So, copper, for example, 0.013, 0.067, 133. That's half a belt of copper just there. I reckon we've used at least a belt of copper already, so we can reduce that. Yeah, I'm confident we will have. Good. Will I upgrade the poles? Not universally. So it will depend on what we need to do. The certain situations you can see here, like I've upgraded some to the medium power pole to get it to cover more inserters if we need to reach more inserters on each, because obviously if you've got a machine, this right hand edge is not powered, so sometimes I upgrade a specific pole to get specific power coverage. And yeah, Frogman's right, at some point the higher tier substations with the really big range will be used more commonly all over the place, and at that point you might have like higher level assembly machines with lots of beacon coverage, at which point like this layout's just irrelevant. You don't need this many machines, you don't need them feeding like that, so there'll come a point where this layout's irrelevant, but certain things will still lay out best like this, like drills on a mining patch will still have the same square grid between them, and perhaps other situations where the layout of the buildings fits together best or neatest by maintaining the grid, and in that case I'll keep it. But yeah, probably at some point like the higher tier substations are going to be the most used one, I should imagine. Yes, so my thought was if we've used an entire belt's worth of copper, we can cut down safely, and then I can fit them next to these ones. Save a little bit of space as we turn around. And we do the same with iron and steel, so that would be nice too. Steel, very little, 0.1 maybe. Doesn't look like we've used enough steel anywhere to reduce the number of belts of that. Maybe half a belt in total.
Press it, and I will appear to
Possibly.
certain moves.
Frogman, thank you very much for using your Prime subscription on the channel. Really appreciate that support. Thank you very much. That is also, if I remember.
Greetings.
Oh, and for the follow as well. Thank you. Yeah, the right way round. I think that sub takes us to a level of unlocking more emote slots, which is interesting because I don't have any yet, but some are being made over the next couple of weeks, and I have plans. Someone is working on them, which and I think it's going well at the moment. And I've already ordered enough to fill those slots, so that makes it worthwhile. So thank you very much for that. You like the beacon changes? Yeah, obviously we're not using beacons yet, but I've seen how they work. I think they're very good change. So for anyone who doesn't know, instead of multiple beacons covering buildings, each building can only have a single beacon touching it, but the beacon fits like 20 modules in it or more. I don't know about the lower level ones, but I think the top one's something like 30 modules. So you can have a much bigger impact easier, with a single beacon, which is very nice, really. And I think also part of the balance is that the beacons are a bit less powerful, at least to start with. There's more tiers of them, so I don't really know what the top end's like, but the bottom end I think is a bit less powerful than normal. So productivity 4% is the first one. It's not bad. Pretty good, actually. Maybe we should be using them. Yeah, like I said, I don't think steel can be reduced. Iron might be. Used quite a bit here and there. It's like half a belt. A little bit more. No. Maybe, but not sure. So I think we'll keep the number of iron and steel belts we currently have. In there, and that's in this line. That's all good for now. After seeing us use LTN, yeah, added to yours, it's great. It's a very interesting mod. I think it's very powerful, obviously, and it has situations that it's not good with, but it also has, like in just the general sense, it's really interesting, and it can replace a basic and even some advanced networks very easily. So I really like how it works. It's, you know, slight complications to set up, but you just learn the configuration, and then I like the idea of the trains like sat in their depot waiting for instructions and stuff like that. I think it's really kind of nice, like system for the trains. I'm expecting at some point we will discover that like this whole train grid layout is utterly useless for the speed and the technology we need to work with, but until we reach that point, I'm going to try and enjoy the way it works. It's, yeah, kind of fun. Every now and then we get the little pop-up. We get the little pop-up about the meteors, which always stresses me, and then we get the little pop-up about a train being given instructions, and that makes me happy, so... We need to decide, are we going up straight away or going further over? I'm going to go up straight away. I think it'll be more compact, and I might prefer that. So I need to know the rightmost point we've done here. All these are on the way past. That's probably the rightmost point. There, okay, so I need to come one more row over. There is actually, is it down here? Yeah, I installed LTN Manager, didn't I? It's like an extra mod that gives you this UI to look at what's going on. Usually you just have to remember everything that you've done. This is giving us like the status and situation of everything. You can see configuration and request levels. I think this mod that adds the UI will be helpful as we grow and grow. See what's actually in, like, available. It's pretty cool. History of deliveries, nice. And the alerts we had when things were going wrong, that's all been fixed, so that's can clear that out. Yeah, interesting. I'd like half forgotten that we had it. We haven't really needed it so far, but probably around the time that we disable the alerts, because we're getting so many of them, we'll start using that UI more to check everything's going okay. Okay, so that line is going to go up there. That's the plan. means that's all of them. That's iron. That's steel. By the way, that's 4 and that's 3. Oh, I forgot to check again between sessions whether Darn It Water is working properly with space exploration again. If that's been patched or updated, or there's some kind of fix so that you can swap the input and output locations of liquids in their recipes. There's a few cases where I would like the ability to do that, but people were saying it didn't behave very well with some space exploration recipes for some reason. We've run out of belt again, predictably. Head back in a second and grab more. Just find a way of clearing space in our inventory first, because it looked pretty full. I've got a bunch of stone we can go throw up the top here. And a bunch of wagons for some reason. Okay. Stone in there. The wagons in the little box for wagons. Yeah, then we'll go grab as much belt as we can from the block to the south. Yeah, enough for a while. Quite a lot to build into here. When I'm doing belts, I manually put down undergrounds. Is it habit? Yes, it's a habit from the older version of the game. So, cool. I don't really know how it works. It's like if you've got a belt, you automatically get undergrounds. That's relatively new. So most of my playtime in Factorio is from before that feature existed. So I'm just not used to the methodology to benefit from it, is all. So yeah, you'll see me do weird things like that, where like some quality of life thing has been done, and I'm just not used to doing it. Even with, I suppose, like copy, cut, pasting, those kind of facilities, I don't tend to use as often as I should. Just because, yeah, I'm just not used to it. It's the old habits of how I play stuff. And then every now and then it'll like do the thing, put the underground in when I don't want it to, and I'll get annoyed and complain about all the excellent quality of life additions they've done, which definitely shouldn't, because they are actually pretty good. Last row is there, so I kind of want the first row of buildings to be in line with that here. Hopefully we've got enough space to the north of here to get everything built. Let's have a look what we're doing first. Could do the simple stuff first. The pipes, the underground pipes. Yeah, I kind of like that idea. Or perhaps the things that need glass first, so we can terminate that. That might be nice. But there's a lot of that. Yeah, pretty much everything needs glass. Okay, never mind on that idea then. Let's do this simple structures. So pumps after tank after pipe. And yeah, we will combine pipe and underground pipe, so we'll do 11 pipe and 1 underground pipe. 10, 11, and 1. We're going to have iron in. That needs iron as well. Oh, crazy. Yeah, that's right. And then pipe. Let's alternate the outputs. Near far. Then long hand will be okay. Should be 1.5 seconds. They're going into there. We'll have just a pipe and a chest of underground pipe. That is iron. Like that. Good, that's 2 done. And then storage tank is 4 machines making iron beam, 1 making storage tank. Very similar actually. Could share that iron. Maybe. How much is it? They're using 0.8 of a belt. We need 0.1, so we could share it, but it's a bit close, so let's not. I might just put it close still anyway, because it can. 4, is that right? 3, yeah. 4 iron beam. 1 tank. Similar to me in the fun of the game being setting up inputs, outputs. Yeah. Got a friend who blueprints everything and uses the same in every... Yeah. I can understand it. I can understand that there are many different elements to Factorio, and that's what makes it an excellent game, is those different options to play however you find it fun. But yeah, I don't want to like download blueprints. I don't want to bring them from game to game if I can avoid it. I enjoy like that unique experience of building different every time, coming up with new ideas, new layouts. Although, like I say, all of my layouts involve square grid of poles, so I'm not always unique. But yeah, that is the fun for me, is in the building of it. So I wouldn't want to simplify that in any way. Mods that make it more complicated tend to be my cup of tea. I've got that wrong, haven't I? It needs to go right. Which we're previously pushing to the left and we're now pushing to the right. So what I'd like to do is have an extra level where we just push it to the right for the sake of it. I'm not sure if it makes much of a difference, but I think it does kind of help. Do one here as well. There we go. Although we did earlier, I will admit, do a Google and import a 8-lane balancer that someone else has designed, because it would take me forever to work that out on my own. And yeah, I don't want to waste time on that. So that's getting iron and iron beams and going into a chest there. Perfect. It's tanks done. So we've got pumps and then various buildings relating to liquid and gas manipulation and production. And then when we've built all of the production lines for them, which we're praying happens before the top, we'll need to set up production and delivery of barreled lubricant to here. And production somewhere of barrels where we can return them. along with everything else on our miscellaneous list of stuff. Not sure about life support canisters, whether they're going to be terribly important, but definitely meteor defense needs to go somewhere, and a constant supply of landfill would be helpful, so maybe somewhere with a new stone patch would be where we target next. So hopefully we can get a bunch more of that done today. We're about halfway through the stream. We've done 4 hours. I'd usually do about 4 more. We've also done balances. Yeah, it's just such a niche thing. It would take me a long time to do it, and a lot of people have already done that. So yeah, not worth trying. And there might be some circuit network stuff that I might look up later. I'd like to learn more circuit network stuff and give it a go myself, but there might be some that's just a bit too complicated for me, too technical. So we'll see how that goes. You use the warehouses as balancers. That's a good idea. Yeah, you can feed your loaders in one side and out the other side, and they'll balance within the storage, or well enough. Yeah. That is an interesting one. Yeah. Maybe we should have done that. It's good. We've got a nice design now that's going to work pretty good. What I'll just do, because we are 4 hours in, is take a quick break. I'm just going to go stretch my legs, spend 5 minutes walking around, catch up on a few bits and pieces, and then when I'm back we'll carry on working our way through our list of production lines here in M52 and see how far we can get today. If you've been sat staring at your screen as long as I have, then do consider getting up and stretching your legs as well, if you're able to. And if you're having a nice time lurking out there, enjoying the vibe or whatever, please do consider hitting the follow button so that you can join us again in the future. And yeah, like I say, another 4 hours-ish to go on the stream tonight, so hopefully we can have a good one. I'll just be 5 minutes and then we'll carry on. See you shortly. Hello, hello everyone. I am back from the break. Let's get back to it. Righty. Pumps. Next then, pumps and offshore pumps need to be made. They're pretty much the same ingredients. We've got them in different ratios though. Is that because the recipe's different? There's pump. Where's offshore pump? That's here. Okay, so that's half second, 2 electric motors, 4 pipes. 2 motors, 2 pipes, and a steel plate, sure. So it's fewer pipes, and that's every 2 seconds. That's every half second. Okay, so they are like different. Different enough to be confusing. Can we reduce the numbers to make anything make more sense? Not really, don't think. Doesn't really matter. Fine, then maybe reduce that pump to be half a machine. So that's actual like pumps. Currently at almost one machine at 22, so is it 11? 12. 12 is a little too far. Probably really matters because the stuff's going to round up anyway. Let's call it 11 for the simplicity of it. That's then 2 machines making small electric motors and 3 making pipes. Sure. So let's have 4 machines making cable, 2 making gear, 3 making pipe. I did that wrong already. 4 making cable, 2 making gear, 3 making pipe. And then 2 machines making electric motors, and then 1 each making each type of... 2 machines making that, and then yeah, 1 each for each type of pump. They are small electric motors. That is going to be offshore pump. One that doesn't need steel, and then the last one will have pump, which needs a little bit of steel. So copper into there, iron into them, and into them. Then, yeah, just pipe motor, and a bit of steel. Iron, steel. We could have started a bit earlier. Yeah, fine, no big deal. Copper first. Then iron, so move that over 1. And that one as well. Iron, no. Other way around. Steel, iron, copper. Iron is fine. But the copper needs moving up. Steel, iron, copper. There, that's better. And then they need to go out. They can share a belt with it, I assume. Yeah, definitely. They can go on the near. They're going to go up to the motor, which maybe we should swap them over then. Yeah. Put them that way around. They can go in there. They can go out there. They can go out there. Which case, bring them to the near side. Feed them into there. Into those. That's all they need, that's all they need, so there's a couple of chests for them. Good. Very nice, that's another 2 ticked off the list. And we move into the more complicated stuff. Still some we might be able to combine in what's coming up, you know, like chemical plant and oil refinery have the same ingredients, so we might be able to combine stuff there. There it goes. So fuel refinery is pipe, wheel and circuit, and the bit of steel. Atmospheric condenser is much more complicated, it's multi-cylinder engine, so that's probably a later one. Flare stack is steel beam and circuit, and a bit more steel plate. It's a pretty simple one, I'll do that first. Chemical plant is brick, glass, motor and beam, and pipe. Motor, beam, pipe, brick and glass. Refinery, motor, beam, pipe, brick and glass. Nothing else has the same. No. No, okay. So those two can go together, but that's kind of it. So might do them after. Try and work a way of combining them. Let's do flare stack first because it's so simple. 4 making beams, 1 making circuits, like one of each in the circuit chain, and then 1 making the stack. That's making flare stacks, that's making electronic circuits, copper cable for that, stone tablet, and then 4 making steel beam. Yep. Steel in, brick in, copper in. They can go straight in there. They're going in there. That's going into there, and these somehow. How can we could go under to there, sure. If we put all of these on the outside and put electronic circuits on the inside, everything will be available on there. You might need 2 inserters possibly, so we'll do that. And then the steel plate, which is here, go under as well. In that goes, and out they go into a box. Very nice. Let's get these the right way around. Copper first, then stone brick, then steel. Copper first. Need more splitters. Stone brick next. Welcome back, Frogman. Hope you had a nice break. stone brick there. Okay. Fits all right. Other than I don't have a splitter. And the last one is steel. Let's go get splitters so we're not working in blueprints. Shouldn't take long, they're just to the south of us. Somewhere. Ooh, we actually have a whole chest of loaders now. Very nice. No more shortages of them. Grab all that. Anything else? Probably running a bit short on inserters now. Let's grab a few more stacks of them. And then run out of inventory space. Oh well. Get rid of those lamps. We don't actually use them. Where do they belong? There. I won't take them. Okay, that's probably why. Oh, that's a good idea. Because we've not actually got a logistics network, no one's actually going to do anything with them. So I can actually put my trash in the trash slot just to get it out of my inventory. That will help. That is, you know, where it needs to. Ooh, really? So from inventory, shift click sends it down here. Ah, and control click sends it all down there. If you've not got another box open, I guess that's where it assumes you're going. Okay, perfect. At some point, we might actually have logistic robot coverage everywhere and we can trash our trash. But we'll see how that goes. Yeah, extra free inventory basically, yeah. Which is good. We have a problem here that we're feeding too much to the first pump thing because we're trying to run them both at half, but we're feeding it enough to run the first at full and the second not at all. So we need to forcibly prevent that. I think what I'll do is we put a splitter there. One there and one there. Let's move this somehow over to this side. We just let it fill up and backlog and it'll fix, but there we go. Use a yellow inserter. That's an idea. Don't really know how fast it would be, whether it'd be slow enough. If we juggle these all around a little bit. Half of them are now going to go up the splitter, under and back in again over this side, skipping that inserter. And then if the end one backlogs, they can still come in and get fed here, so that will ensure both are given an equal opportunity initially. And it's relatively neat. What's going on here? That's running fine. Yeah, flare stacks are being made. Perfect. We need to fill in the missing splitters. I guess they need their priority setting is all. There we go. Pretty good. Wouldn't have thought of that. Oh, interesting. Splitters are very powerful, especially since the addition to use priorities and filters on them. Like for free, you can do a lot more with a splitter than you think you can. There's a few tricks you can do with an underground belt as well, which can be helpful. Of course, you know, it's all going to work. A yellow inserter, I reckon, would work. I reckon it'd be just about slow enough for the pace of what's going on there. I think it would be good. Let's see. So flare stack is done. Move that to the bottom of the list. Can we combine chemical plant and oil refinery down the same line? That might be more oil refinery than we nearly need to be doing. It's not bad, but I'm going to see about halving it. Because that will be enough. So that is like 2 of pipe, 3 of beam, 4 of cable, 2 of gear. It's not neat, but they're small enough numbers that we can combine them, definitely. How do we need to do that? So they are engine related or motor related. They are not. This is advances because you're busy watching Factorio. I like Factorio, yeah. Four cable, 2 gear, 2 motor, 0.8 and 1.3. No, 3 motor. 4 cable, 2 gear, 3 motor. Interesting. Just different balancing to this. I guess it's not actually 3 motor, it's 2 and a little bit motor. So that's fine. We need an iron for all of that. Copper for that. Rock in the way. The gears on the near, yeah, they are. We need more than 1 inserter. I hadn't thought of that. What are they doing down there? Not perfect. They're going red for a little bit. Doesn't really matter. We don't need maximum throughput. It's not a big deal. Here we might have an opportunity to do it though. We'll see. Doesn't matter. So that's fine. Just need to plug in the iron and the copper. Then we need 2 machines making pipe. Which there's iron here, so that makes that easy. They need to go out, let's say there for now. And then 3 machines making steel beam. Going a bit far to the right. How about putting them here or something? Then having final buildings there. Maybe. That will be chemical plants and finery. Also need to bring stone bricks up, yeah. We're doing steel beam, yep. Oh, and glass, of course. That's fine, we can take the steel that's at the end here. And let's remove that there. Not ideal. Don't like grabbing on a corner. So we'll move it up one. Move that over here. Possibly. Those. So your stone brick and glass need to come up here, which we can do a shared belt of it. I assume we can. This is, yeah, 0.025 over belt and 0.042 over belt. Have the power to use speed modules. It's handy for reducing, compacting some things, and especially where you've got like that marginal difference, like a fraction of a machine would make a difference, which does happen quite often. What are they to even make? I don't know. We're probably not going to bother until we get higher level modules, but or if we're making them for something else and can use the surplus. So that speed module is green circuit, electronic components, and solid fuel, which isn't bad. It's not easy, but it's not bad. And that's 20% speed for 50% energy consumption. Again, it's not great, but it's not bad. Then adding more green circuits, red circuits, and small electric motors is a much bigger ask for the next tier. Not crazy, but difficult. And for 30% speed, maybe not worth it. Some of the basic ones could be worth it, maybe. Yeah, like you say, the 0.2 of a machine, yeah, for that 20%. How are we going to feed these? Have long handled for the steel beams. The short one could do this. It's those two, and then these two are here. Let's combine these. So they're going to go on the outside. These are going to go on the inside. And I wonder if we'll have the same issue, so why don't we pre-plan for that? Perhaps. That might be overkill. We'll see. See how it goes. Those are the outputs for those two buildings. Good. Let's plug everything in then. So the first one is a combination glass and stone brick. Bring both of those over from this side. Not ideal. Maybe. Yeah, that's good. Everything else can fit around it somehow. Send that under there, and that under there. Perfect. Surprised there's no mod that makes red and yellow inserter join together. Oh, I see what you mean. Interesting idea, yeah. One inserter that can grab from either location, or both locations even, at the same time. Wonder what the issue with that would be. I can see it like not working, like not being possible, but Biped, hello, welcome in. Bob's Insiders has that option to do both. I know that you can like change it to do either. Although I guess if you can control that, you could do up to 3 belts across, and you can choose which lane as well. Interesting. Worth a fiddle. Although we can't add Bob's inserters to a streamed run, unfortunately. So like we can't use it on this to play around with. But yeah, the 45-degree angles make a big difference for like really quick moving stuff. I've played with it before, you know, like off stream. It is good fun. Yeah, worth playing with. I mean, you know, Bob makes great mods, but inserters is a really fun one. That line is iron, which we can't pull in because the glass is there. Okay. And then that's copper, so let's do the copper one. Can't do that because it's there. Okay. Do it in the next spot we can, so that can be iron. Just going to go there. And then cut in, I guess. And then that's the first point we can do copper. If we do that there and that there. That can cut into like that. It's fine. Good. Let's start making the motors. Some are making it to the second machine. Looks like it's enough. Yeah, I don't think there's an issue there. It might be that the second machine's going a bit slower than the first one, but what are we even aiming for? A full machine on the second, but 0.9 of a machine on the first, so it's probably close enough to not worry about. And those are going to fill up until the next time we need to do anything petrochemical, which could be a long time, depending on how clever I want to be. Okay, that's 2 more off the list. Fuel refinery, atmospheric condenser, oil pump jack, electrolysis and filtration. Not many left to do. I think oil pump jack's next most relevant to these buildings, so I'd like to do that next, which is looking pretty neat. Pipe, steel wheel, steel beam, and motor. Motor is 3:1 to 2. Sure. 3:1 to 2. And then 1 gear wheel. No, done that. Done that, done that, done that. Steel gear wheel, 1 of them. And 2 beam. Well, that's those. 1 pipe. Might do that before. And that it needs iron. And these need steel, so that keeps them together. And then 1 machine making the pump jacks. Oh yeah, not even sure we need to be making them really if we're going to need any more oil down here. Copper, iron, steel. Steel, iron, copper. What are they playing for the Factorio DLC? Yeah, I haven't really seen anything. I'm not sure if they've said anything. You know, they're not one to do the normal thing, so they might just say nothing until it's released. It's been mentioned a few times, I know, in their weekly roundups or whatever, when they do them. No idea. I assume it'll be things that are already done in mods, but maybe polished up better. Unless they somehow have an original idea, which at this point I'm not sure if you can have an original idea in Factorio. But you know, yeah, I'll be excited to find out when it appears out of just randomly one day, I guess. Need them out and that on the near, and I've got that wrong. Got in a bit sooner, there we go. Makes sense to be after the rocket launch, yeah. An extension to the lore afterwards, unless it's before the crash, is an option, though. Yeah, I can't see them doing that. I would see it being after. And yeah, I can't see it being much to do with increasing what you do on, you know, this planet. In that they've added a lot of that through patching already, you know, like the addition of uranium, for example. Do that, put that onto that one, those onto here. Let's put that on the near. That's going to be fast enough to get them all in. Might be. Close. Yeah, no, that's good. That's fine. Let's pump jacks. These rocks out of the way first before doing that, but never mind. Also, don't know what they're going to do about like pricing of a DLC, as they're like I said, they don't do the usual thing. They're not ever going to reduce Factorio cost, they say. So I don't know if it's going to be too expensive to be worth it. Don't know. Yeah, I guess we'll find out when they actually tell us exactly what it is and what it's going to cost you, and then can decide whether it's worth it. I assume I'll buy it and play it. I can't see me not buying it and playing it, but I've had plenty of fun in vanilla and even more with mods. I'm not sure if it would be a wise investment. What have we got? Fuel refinery, pretty simple. Atmospheric condenser, pretty complicated. Electrolysis, quite simple. Filtration has also got multi-cylinder engines. So I reckon it's fuel refinery, electrolysis plant, filtration plant, condenser. Although, ooh. Why do I need a fuel refinery? Why do I need to make more fuel refineries? What are they used for? Sure, making solid fuel. I thought you could do that in a chemical plant. I guess you can't. And rocket fuel. Yeah. As well as the fuel. Okay, yeah, that's fine. That makes a lot of sense. We will definitely do them. Yeah, rocket fuel, yeah. Which we might not need tons more for, but having some will be a good idea. When we upgrade to advanced fuel for the trains as well, I'm not sure if we'll need more. Probably not, but we might. We might just reuse the ones we're currently using and scale differently, or we might need more. So that's fine, we'll make them. No problem. Factorio is worth 60. Oh, absolutely. Yeah. Compared to most games, it's not that expensive, but compared to other games in its niche, it's the right price, I might say. Possibly a bit high. It's just because they're like, it's worth more, but so is other games that are building games where you get thousands of hours of gameplay for $30, you know, or whatever it is. Double face. Oh, you got no audio. Hello. If you guys who can hear can help with whatever Double Face's questions are, it'd be appreciated. We have got 1, 1 and 1, and then 1 and 1 to 1. Sure. Small numbers. Green circuits made from stone tablet, copper cable, green circuits, and then it was iron gear wheel. Yeah, an iron pipe. into fuel refinery. There we go. With a bit of steel, sure. That could go in there. There. That's iron, iron, steel. And there on the short side. So that's feeding into there. Yep, good. Although output there would be nice. Nasty Shiri, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. Thank you. And welcome. That is that in. We also need both of them. Ooh, might do that different then. Long on that one. Short on them two. That one near. Long on that one, so I guess. See how that goes. Out into a box on that end. So we need steel to come in here. Iron for them two. And copper for that one. And stone brick for that. Yep, should be okay, I think. Give it a go. That is steel first. Then iron. What are our plans for today? Well, we're a long way in already. We've got this, well, let's start wider out. We have a square grid. We are currently working in M52. This is like a mall for items relating to fluids and railways. We've already got this for other items like physical logistics, I guess you'd call it, belts, inserters, that kind of stuff. That's done in the last session. A bit ugly, but it works. Tried to do this one with a different approach, a bit prettier, also appears to work. So we've got a factory planner up with just every item that we're going to do in M52, and we've got like 4 left to do, which are going to fit in this space, and then that's good. When those 4 are set up in that space, we need to actually get lubricant supplied. We're not even making any at the moment, so that'll be the next step, is making lubricant, delivering it here. And as part of that, we need to sort out production of empty barrels, which is just like a random little thing to do somewhere. Probably in that same space, we'll do some other miscellaneous bits like meteor defense, would be my main plan. So we'll look at that next, those miscellaneous bits and pieces. When we've got that sorted, we should be in a position to tear down our starter base and just rip it all apart, take it all away, which would be nice. It'd signal time to move on. That will then leave us ready to start production of the technical chips again, the like research essentially. So we'll pick a square where we start the 5 coloured tech cards and the materials for space science, as well as the buildings and equipment to launch it up to orbit. That's probably not going to happen today. So I would be quite happy if we managed to tear down the old base today, and then in the next session start looking at getting research up and running again. That's my general plan. That's where I think we'll end up. So we've got a bit more, you know, production lines here, production planning, and then working out where we can get our like miscellaneous bits and pieces done effectively. Bit of rail expansion. we also need to, or I want to rotate our rail depot, because the issue we have with the rail depot is when they leave their sidings, whatever they're called, they go round the bypass on this corner, head north, turn around at the top in order to head eastbound. So if we're going to expand at all to the east or the south, they're leaving at an odd angle. So I kind of want to rotate them to the other edge so that they leave east-west rather than north-south. And then we'll have a second set of 10 on the other side, heading east-west and north. I don't know, not sure, but I think I would prefer them being the other way around. So I want to kind of rotate that and build the other half of the depot in as well. So yeah, we're in a very good position at the moment in our like rail-based second stage of the base, but the first stage still needs like moving and tearing down. So we're good, you know. And today's going well. We've got a lot progressed here. It's going brilliant, really. Captain True, thank you very much for the follow. Appreciate that. What's this one? This is stone brick, which is going to be there. Did you solve the problem with the trains unloading and having the... Yes, I think I have. We've done it differently in this square, and I believe it is acceptable. It takes up a lot more space, but we can go take a look at one. Like, we knew it would take up more space, but it's done properly. So this is unloading 4 materials from 1 delivery point, which I reckon's roughly the maximum before we start having problems, which is, you know, all we do is unload all 8 and do an 8-lane balancer and then push it into the number of lanes we actually need. So if we need 1 lane, we bring all 8 this far out, push them together and pull 1 lane away. And the reason this works is each input crosses every other line at some point. So if any of these inputs run empty, the other ones are capable of crossing in and outputting on any of the output lines. It's going to be more relevant with your 4-lane request. So if 5 of these run empty, we'll get 4 balanced lanes coming out the other side, roughly. It's not perfect, but it's far better than what we had before. So that allows for some inconsistency in the deliveries. Pretty good, I think, but yeah, huge. How many hours do we have on this map? How can I check? If I save, then 66 hours, which is it's the longest run I've done for a long time. But that, I mean, that's the nature of the mods. That's Krastorio is designed to make you play for longer. Makes sense. Yeah, I think it's an acceptable solution to the situation, for sure. I'm happy with that, as long as we can fit everything. Obviously, what we saw in this square is that we ended up with a bunch of free space. So if we put that space towards unloading properly and effectively, that's better, I think. What we've done here, I think, is better. Although it plays into my typical play style of having a bus of raw materials running around everywhere, you know. How much time have I been playing the game? Not as long as you'd think, actually. Certainly not as long as many other people who stop by. Let me check. We are now at 807 hours. Like, it's a lot of hours, yeah. 807 is a lot of hours from a life, but you know, there are people with thousands and thousands. I like other games as well. I play a lot of other games as well. So, you know, if I didn't, then I probably would have thousands and thousands of hours, but Factorio is something you can always come back to. I took a big break, you know, between, I think it was around version 0.18. I kind of stopped playing and then didn't come back until recently, until I started streaming a few months ago. We good on them. They're being made. So that's done. Next in my list is electrolysis plant. Which again, not too complicated. So 1 wheel, 1 stick, feed into 1 automation core, then 2 steel beam. So 1 wheel, 1 stick, 1 automation core. Then 2 steel beam to 1. Which one is this? Electrolysis. Electrolysis plant. There we go. Also needs copper plate and glass. Okay. Copper plate and glass. Copper plate. Glass. Iron. Glass, iron, no. Glass, copper, iron. Steel. Yeah, put them on the inside. Ooh, this is a bit of a squish. They need to get into there. Somehow. They go slowly. They can go very slowly and it would be okay. So we'll use the long handled for these. They'll go on the near side again. And that should be okay. Do I love streaming or doing it for any purpose? It's my full-time job. Which is perhaps unusual, especially these days, very unusual. But I walked out of my previous employment in November because of some, typical behaviour of a modern company. They should have paid me a bonus and they refused to. So I walked away from the company. I had enough savings that I was in a good position to take a risk. And I've been wanting to stream for a long time, but not really finding the time because of work. So it was just a good opportunity to really give it a proper go. So since middle of November, this is what I do. I stream and I love it. It's great fun. I love interacting with the people who come by, talking about the games, or talking about whatever really, but it's great fun. And I love games and have for a very long time, so I think I've got something to contribute, I hope. But it's a slow progress. We've been doing it for months. I'm still a small time, and that's to be expected. So it's going to take a lot of effort to continue growing, and hopefully I will. Hopefully I'll find more success. I've had a huge amount of support so far that I'm massively appreciative of. Doubleface, thank you very much for following. If you can hear or tell that I'm saying thank you. What am I missing here? I'm missing something. They're going out there. Oh, they're going with it. Okay. So they can go in there. That's fine. So 1, 2, 3, and 4. That's fine. Always a good time here, says Mondo. Yeah, we have chill time, Pretty nice. I fixed your audio. Good. Good. Nice to have you here. Thanks for stopping by and thank you for following. Did I see Plan B Terraform? No, not yet. Who has streamed or made a video on it? Is there anyone good I can watch it? Because I've heard about it and I've seen a few people have played it, but I didn't see the gameplay at all, and I would like to. Glass, copper plate, iron plate. Okay. Do we need glass for the others? Yes. Okay, fine. So we're going to pull off the glass here. That's copper plate. Amazing, my great fan. Thank you, Nasty Shiri. Appreciate that. Thanks. There. That's a little awkward. Very awkward. Have to move that over somehow. Beyond here, I guess. put it there. It's pretty far over, but never mind. Can we do that and then have the iron go underneath it? There we go. Good work. You saw Angry Tom. Okay. Yeah, he's good. So I'll check that out on YouTube later or tomorrow. Follow because of the story I told. Oh, thank you. Appreciate the support there. And the train keeps giving you ideas. It's good fun. Tell you that. Interesting stuff and working out how you want to design it. You know, 2-lane, 4-lane, what have you. I recommend also trying out LTN if you haven't already, Logistic Train Network mod. The way that it changes the behavior of the trains makes for some fun things like having them all sat in a depot like this, which I think is really, I don't know, nice, fun. So yeah, play more with trains. Trains are good. That's steel there. You're using transport drones, sure, but you want to move to trains. Don't know how to use it. Okay, I can show you the basics. Or all of the previous videos, streams from this series, some are still on VOD here on Twitch. The other ones are on my YouTube. So there's a link to that in the profile. If you want to watch from the beginning, you can head back to YouTube and see it all. Every stream is up there, even the embarrassing ones. Of that I notice I've done wrong. So you can check that out and see us. And we have, in the previous few ones, on YouTube too, yeah. There's a link, I think, if you go to the profile here on Twitch, I'm pretty sure I put a link to YouTube there. We have it in, I don't know if it was 2 or 3 sessions ago, I went through the basics of how you set up LTN, how you get things moving. But we will do some more tonight to move a few things around, but I can show you the basics in a second when I just plug the steel in here. Why am I, oh, it's back here. That's why I'm getting confused. There we go. They just need outputting into a box. And there's electrolysis plants done. It's got 2 more buildings left to do in this mall. Filtration and atmospheric condensers, they're a bit complicated, but we'll get them sorted. Just going to cut that back and extend that over. And then we just head over to a train station we've got, and I can talk about LTN's basic stuff. So you've got the new item that it gives you, the logistic train stop. So it's different to your normal train stop to build the more advanced one. And it comes with a couple of bits attached to it. There's a little combinator here, just behind the stop, which outputs signals from the stop, which could be things like, what is the train that's here, you know, how long is it, what's it got inside it, and so on. You can output those signals there. And then the light next to it is where you input signals into the station to tell it things. 8 videos of 8 hours, which should you start? Put them all on 5 times speed and all at the same time. I have no idea where's best. No problem. Happy to go over there. Anything that anyone wants to look at, you see something interesting in the base and you want us to just take a minute to look at it, happy to do that. We're not in any rush to do anything here, so always happy to take a chill moment. So what we're doing over here is inputting, there's a constant combinator here that's inputting some configuration signals to to this stop, and they're telling it if a train wants to come here, it has to be 10 units minimum in length and 10 units maximum in length. And that's vaguely irrelevant in our configuration. All of our trains are the same. They're all 10 long. But I thought for consistency we'd tell it must be 10 long. If we have a crash, one of the trains is short, don't send it here. We also limit the number of trains, and that's due to our design. What this means is they'll only ever task a train to come here at any time. So if someone's going to bring stone here and we also want iron here, they'll wait for the stone delivery to finish before they ask for the iron. And that can be a big problem. So you might want to allow multiple trains. If you can unload or load fast enough, then you can permit more instructions. But we're quite slow at the moment. And then we've configured it to say this is a provider location. So that behaves in the same way as your robots do. So we've input a signal saying these connected storages are providing goods to the network. And then we wire that up. So these are connected by the red wire into the same light. Whatever we've got in this warehouse, it will then tell the network is available for collection. So if we, for whatever reason, then send a signal saying we want it, trains can come here and get it. The other type, or one of the other types, up here, instead of signaling that this is a provider, this is signaled as a requester station. So again, same as the robots. This station wants stone, sulfur, and glass. So that's, you know, pretty basic. Tell it what you want. You need to tell it how much you want, and that's done by giving it a negative signal of what you're after. So if we want 8,000 stone, we put a negative 8,000 in. The reason for that is it offsets that against what's inside the storage. So all of these storages are plugged in and connected. You can see from the signals on the right, there's 17,000 stone in storage. It subtracts the 8,000, and if the number goes negative, it goes and gets more. So 17,000 take away 8,000 is a positive number, so it's not going to go and get any more. That's how it knows when you want something and when you don't want something. The final element to the basic picture, and I only know the basic picture, is down in the depot. And in a similar fashion, there's a constant combinator that is outputting a signal. This stop is a depot. So you've got ones that say it's a requester, ones that say it's a provider, and ones that say it's a depot. And that's where your trains sit when they're doing nothing. Basically, you can add a train to the network by telling it to go to a depot. And if its only instruction is go and sit at a depot, it's then available for tasking, which is what the blue light means. It means that these are available for tasking. And that's like it. That's the basics of it. You configure your requesters, your providers, and your depot. Job done. As long as you wire it up properly and get your request numbers proper, the network will take care of itself. You just, you know, basic stuff. Make sure there's fuel. Make sure there's a railway that gets from A to B and stuff like that. Seems simple enough. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, it's quite complicated, and there's more you can do with it. But it's once you know what you're supposed to do, where you're supposed to plug the wires in, it's not so bad. Simpler than, you say, rocket circuits, sure. Simpler than nuclear power, I would say, as well. Got to run, no problem, Double Face. Have a good rest of your day. And thank you for stopping by. Appreciate it. Nasty Shiri, you say you are a graphic designer. Oh, fair enough. I don't need a graphic designer at the moment. I am working with someone already. And we will have new things soon. So appreciate the offer, but I won't be needing that at the moment. Frogman, am I going to swap over to nuclear trains? I mean, I'm going to say yes because they sound really cool, but I don't really know what it involves. We haven't unlocked it yet, have we? There, nuclear locomotive. So not too bad to make. Pretty simple. Relatively. One train is the same as two standard. Good. So what? Yeah, this is max speed 220, acceleration 2 megawatts. This is max speed 250, acceleration power 3 megawatts. Max consumption 30 megawatts against 2. Ooh, that's good. That's very good. Consumes nuclear fuel at much higher levels with pretty poor efficiency, but that probably doesn't matter. 10,000 in weight, and they are 12,000 in weight, so it's complicated exactly how good it is. It's not, yeah, probably will. I mean, they're not that bad to make, so I can't see any reason why we wouldn't. We'd probably replace our 2 locos with 2 nuclear locos. And benefit from the max speed increase as well if we can get nice straight lines on any of the routes. But the added acceleration power is the key. That's why we're using the additional electric motors, because the added acceleration is a big deal when we've got lots of short journeys. Like, you can imagine people going that short distance, then turning the corner, short distance, turn the corner. So acceleration is pretty good to have. Okay, filtration plant then. Let's get my head around what this is. Or multi-cylinder engines from one single cylinder, which needs some gears, but they're shared with the automation core. Sure. A little awkward, but okay. With those numbers, that shouldn't be an issue. Oh, actually, with those numbers, it could be an issue. 1.1 machine. No, because we'll have 2 machines. That'll be fine. Won't be a problem. That I kind of want to move up. Out of the way of all of this complexity. So, 1 stick, 2 wheel, 1 automation core. 1 stick, 2 wheel, 1 automation core. 1 single cylinder engine. 4 multi-cylinder engine. Wheel and stick. Okay. And then 2 steel beam, 1 filtration plant. Should be okay all in a row like this. I think we'll be able to get that working. Plant. There we go. So what do we need? We need iron and plates in these. And that. And those. Copper plate in there. Ah, okay. Iron there. That's the only copper needed. And then steel for these. And it's going to be a bit of a squish at the end, but glass for here. Might be a bit awkward, we'll see how it goes. Okay. Then they're going to output. So some of that is going to go further, which means I don't really want to combine them. But it does save a lot of space. Put them on the inside. In they go, and then other way around. Put that on the outside. Put these on the inside. Use that to just take the gear wheels further, which are needed, yeah, in all of these. That needs to output and input into them. And they need to output somewhere. Eesh. The only line still available. Go under to... yeah, to there and that there. That's fine. I just alternate near far on them. And them in as well. Just missing automation core at that end, which, tell you what, make all them far. Put it on the near of this one. Work. It's very compact, which is nice. Just one funny little bit up there, but don't mind. We could just let it run straight and have a backlog of iron sticks that are unnecessary along there, I guess. Which is neither here nor there. Okay, and then out into a box. So, glass, steel, copper, iron. Glass, then steel, then copper. It's just going to be a bit awkward because we want it there. Can we do about that? Not much. A nice mess by doing that. Yeah. Sure. And final one is iron. Move that over one. At this point we could probably cut down. We won't have 4 full lines at this point. There's only a couple buildings left to put in. But no big deal. Plug all them in. Okay. Is that all good? It's making sticks, it's making gear wheels. Gear wheels carry on. Doesn't look like it'll be enough gear wheels, but I don't know, says it will be. I guess these are really slow to 10-second craft time, so that will back up eventually. Something is wrong there. That does not need an output. It's outputting the other side. So I've filled this in with the wrong sized engine. That's fine. They are getting there. They will get there. Yeah. And that will make filtration plants. Perfect. Slowly, but I'm not sure we've used really many at all yet, and not sure how many we will in the future, so not too worried about it. Okay, filtration plant done. That just leaves atmospheric condenser, and then we're back to where we started, so this is the last one to build. Which, yeah, okay. The last thing needs green circuit, multi-cylinder engine, steel beam, steel gear wheel. Okay, it's not too complicated then. One of them, 2 of them. It's pretty simple. Gear wheel, little engine, big engine. All need iron. Yep, and then that needs to go out and into all of them. That needs to go out and into those 2. That just needs iron. It's not too bad. Then green circuits are always a little messy. It's just one of each. Stone tablet, copper cable, green circuits. So stone and copper. And then do that on the near side. They go into there and outputs. Don't have space for outputs of them there, so we're going to need to do something different to output the multi-cylinder engines. How about and that under and that under? They can go out there. It's not brilliant, but it will work. They're there, and then that can join them. Let's bring that back in. Make sure they're on the far side. Not sure what it's going to do on that corner. Just want to test that. It's going to put it on the far side, and that's going on the near. Perfect. Okay, and then 2 making steel beam, 1 making steel gear wheel. Rock the just about in the way. And then 1 machine making atmospheric condensers. Which we will deal with in a second. Might move that over actually to help the inputs. Okay, steel in to them. A lot of inputs again, but that's, there you go. Them on the inside, so we've got 2 steel items, and then we've got green circuits and engines there. Let's put a big one of them on. So craft time on that 10 seconds. So it's, yeah, probably slow, probably fine like that. That's all the inputs, okay. We'll see how that goes then. There's a box to put them in. Just need to plug everything in. So steel, copper, stone, brick, iron. I've run our belt. So close to the end. Let's go get some more. This is the last building and it doesn't need glass. We should have terminated that in the last one. We can go back and tidy that up. Might as well. Drive-by belt grabbing. Okay. The glass can end there. Shouldn't do that with a full inventory. Move that up 1. There we go. Steel first. Let's deal with that. Then copper. Nope, got that wrong. Okay, and then stone brick. Why am I doing? Don't need to do that. This is the end of the line, at least for now. So we can just cap like this. Like that. And like that. And then stone brick, just the whole thing goes round. And that's iron, I guess. Which, again, it's the end. We don't need to go underground. Except there we do. Fill this space as best I can. Okay, there we need to go under, yeah, because we need to bring the iron down. It's going to go like that. There we go. So yeah, that caps all the lines off nicely, you know, neat as we can. Feeds them into the last production line, which everything appears to be fed okay. As long as we're getting engines over, which, you know, they're slow, that's fine. Putting gear wheels very quick. But it says 1. Yep. So that's fine. It's right. It's going to, yeah, I guess take a long time to make them. We don't need atmospheric condensers very quickly. We might do silly things with them. But generally, I think we'll keep them for where we just need a little bit of stuff. See how it goes. So that's good. That's the end. I'll take unnecessary poles away. And that's M52 finished. Very nice. Good going as well. 5.5 hours in. Nice progress. We just need to set up, like I say, steel barrels and lubricant in order to actually get that working. We need to work out where we're going to do that. The lubricant and the steel barrels. We've got 2 areas where we already process crude oil, both of which have got heavy oil that's not really being used and isn't necessary to be cracked. So we're producing more than enough fuel. Made a mess there. We could turn this into lubricant production, and then we would need a point to deliver empty barrels and a point to collect full ones. So that's not well laid out for that at the moment. No, that's built a bit poorly for that. Other point is here where we make sulfur and plastic. And again, we can use the heavy oil and not crack it. That's fine. There's sufficient of other materials to make what we need. That would need a point to deliver empty barrels. And we do not have that because we're delivering coal. So we could deliver barrels there. Where we deliver the coal, we can also deliver the barrels. Tidy that up a bit. And then where we collect anything like plastic, we could collect a second resource. No, we couldn't. No, that wouldn't. We haven't worked out a way of doing that yet. And that is blocked. So without reducing the number of pumps there by a significant amount, we couldn't take them away. So neither of our current oil productions is very good for it. I don't particularly want to set up another one. we can, but I don't really want to. Got that one there, which isn't in a bad spot. One's down here we can partially do. I mean, it seems like this one seems like the best spot, as in we've got 3 stations we're not using, they're just blocked in at the moment. So if we move some things around here, we could change that, which, yeah, don't really want to do either. Like, tearing all that up and moving it does not look like fun. Tearing that up and moving it neither. That bit's fine because a train extra point starts here. So we'd need to move all of this down. And redo it in general. Where we could do with being redone and tidied up, it's a bit of a mess up here. But yeah. That's a pretty big job. Yeah, that I don't want to do, I guess. I guess is the problem. I think it needs doing though, unfortunately. Connecting a new oil supply up would be pretty simple. We'll just connect it, refine it, flare off the petrol and light oil and just use the heavy oil. And we wouldn't need to crack anything. If the lubricant backs up, it doesn't matter. That's kind of tempting. Start a new square with more oil. Okay, let's say we do that. Those options again. So there's a one here in the west. It's quite a long journey for trains at that point. I'd like to put a new depot in, I guess, after it, which there's too much water in the way, but you know, we can work on that. At least for now, that might be fine. 65 million oil there. These ones down here would be marginally closer, but we wouldn't get the whole field, which doesn't particularly matter. I don't think we need that much lubricant ever, but certainly not at the moment. We've got the starting oil patch down the south, which again isn't too far away, but isn't great. A big one in the east as well, but getting the rail over there would be difficult. We need to build 2 squares in to reach it. Likewise up there. So yeah, it's really the options in the west. Lubers used for space science, yes, but not a lot of it, right? Am I crazy? We did look at it last week, but I've already forgotten. Or last session, I mean. Not lubricant. I want space science pack 60 per minute. So it's needed in just the cosmic water. So yeah, you need 1.2 lubricant a minute. It's not really a concern. And in the belt, yeah, there we go. 120 a minute, which again is not a lot. If we want to change that recipe over to from heavy oil, and the heavy oil from advanced oil processing, which gives more oil. Crude gives more heavy, so that's what we'd do. So if we're aiming for 121 plus the 360, 480, let's call it 482. We need a quarter of a refinery to do that. But yeah, absolutely future-proofing, absolutely. We will go bigger, but if what we need at the moment is 688 crude, which is a third of a pump jack, then losing some of these because the rail is going to cut too close to them isn't really going to be an issue, because one pump jack gives us triple what we currently need, and there's over a dozen there, so I'd be kind of happy with that. It's also a stone, actually not a good one, but one that we could tap just to make landfill, because that's also in our miscellaneous stuff list. So if we can use this square to create lubricant, create steel barrels, barrel the lubricant. So we'd have a collection point for barreled lubricant, a collection point for empty barrels, collection point for... We don't even need a collection point for landfill, we just need to make it. So that's not a big deal. What do we need for meteor defense? Battery, electronic circuit. Sure, sulfuric acid, tablet. So we need steel plate, iron plate, copper plate, sulfur and stone brick. That's a bit much. That's a bit much to deliver to one point. We wouldn't be using much of it, so it might be okay. Can recycle barrels into the same amount of steel it costs to make another. Well, that's interesting. It's an interesting idea. So we could, instead of collecting the empty barrels, whatever it is, pulverize them or crush them back to steel, put the steel in wherever we're having it delivered, over here. We could prevent future deliveries. It'd only become an issue if we recycle so many barrels because we're consuming more lubricant than steel, which is impossible. Right? Because making a big electric motor consumes steel, I guess. I would guess at a higher rate than the barrels used for 360 lubricant. V60 lubricant is 8 barrels. 8 barrels are... where's my recipe? Just clicked over it, didn't I? There. 8 barrels is 8 steel plate. And it's using 18. Interesting. So in order to make the big electric motor, the steel generated by recycling the barrels would be consumed guaranteed. So that's actually a pretty good option. And then we make new barrels at the other end, so we don't need the empty barrels to be collected and delivered back, as long as we can get them into those warehouses successfully. It would save some effort and a headache, because I don't really know how to force them back. Don't think it would. And then we just keep continually making new ones to fill with lubricant all the time, which is fine. We just take it raw steel. Kind of like the idea. Less of a loop, yeah. Right, but is there any resources up in my orbit? Usually there's some copper, iron and methane ice. Just methane ice, I think. Not methane ice. Water ice, as it's called. But yeah, I don't think there's anything like further out. So that's the only resource patch that's up here, is water ice. Did I scan it? How would I scan it? What tool do I use for that? Is there a... here we go. Scan surface. Scan does 10,000 tiles. Okay. Well, let's pick the button and find out then. Does it tell me how it's doing? No. Is it just revealing the map or something? Interesting. Can watch on map. Oh, there you go. I see, like a radar. Let's go over 20,000 tiles to find it. That barely seems worth it. I'll be east-west. Oh, that's interesting. That makes sense. Kind of. Like an orbit. I can kind of see the reason for that. Sure. Weirdly. I don't foresee us having trouble up here in general, to the point where we would need to find raw resources unless there's something unique or like fundamentally changes the picture. There's some land over here, but no resources on it. Save shipping them up. Yeah, I can see it. I just figure we have to ship something up regardless, unless you can make everything up here, and that seems unlikely, or perhaps the investment would be a lot. Some rare earth metals, raw rare metals, a little bit. Okay, it's interesting. Methane ice is basically crude oil. That is interesting. Yeah, in terms of then refining it and getting your lubricant up in space already. And then you've got your water from your water ice to make cosmic water together. I can see it. We can leave that scanning, right, and carry on with our day. That's fine, don't mind that going in the background. Ironstone in orbit, interesting. Can scan... yeah, that's not a bad idea. I mean, our radar coverage is reasonable, but we do have, like, rail world style settings, so scanning this planet as well could be a good idea. Try and identify which direction to head in next, kind of thing. Okay. I really like the idea of crushing the barrels. Even if we didn't reuse the steel, even if we just then crushed the steel to nothing, I kind of like that idea. And then just making new barrels. It is wasteful, obviously. So recuperating it is a better idea. But we can be clever with that. We can be like, we've got the signal from here, so we can tell it if this has got enough steel, then dispose of it. If it doesn't, then deliver it in. Maybe. Getting it in is going to be awkward. Have we got a slot? Yeah, on the top. So we do have an input available. But getting it in there is going to be weird, but I like the idea, like I say, so let's try and do it. Which means clearing space in my inventory to start with. What do we got we can junk off? These guys will take the stone. Most of it I don't really know. There's nothing there that's not useful or relevant. Let's go put some transport belt back, I guess. Hesitant to scan the world. Your main base is on. Scanning activates entire map's biter population. If you're, rather than being sleeping because you haven't seen them yet, I know what you mean. Yeah, we're in peaceful no biter mode, so we can scan ours pretty safe, but that's a good point. If you wake it up, you wake it up. But if you don't reach it with your pollution, it shouldn't be an issue. Other than perhaps the lag. This is full, isn't it? So I can't put any back. How about putting that copper plate somewhere? Clear a bit more space, and then just want to tear down the eastern station because we're not going to use it. Yeah, put that in there. The steel and the iron as well, sure. Just clears a bit of space, doesn't it? There we go. Just a progress update. Don't know what that output means, but there you go. Don't scan the whole map, just expand vision as you're growing a bit. Yeah, it can make sense. I don't know, maybe upgraded radar might do an acceptable job. So if we're not going to use this station, not using it for deliveries because we've already organised all them, we're not using it for anything to go outbound, then I might just take the station away, reuse it somewhere else. Why not? Oh, and a whole bunch of power poles we're not strictly using anymore, so I'd like to strip them back too. To be consistent everywhere. There's all that tidied to that point. Just keep going up. Probably flip this around again and head left with it towards where the steel will ultimately be heading. So let's, yeah, remove all that. Then could try and cut and flip it, but it was a bit messy last time. I think we'll just redo it for simplicity's sake. Take those pipes away, they're not being used this way now. Should have a pole there maybe. It's all good. Okay. Reconfigure this a bit so that's... Can't do that. Yep. Going that way. Tell you what. blank slate will be easier. Do a copy of all of that. Ah, that's in the way. Right. What can we do about that? Not a lot. We don't need a tank at all. I just like having it. So just move it down, like so down one spot. There we go. In which case, do that a bit different. That'll be fine. It's connected fine like that. So there we go. That's going to balance them out. Then we just need one line, which ideally wouldn't line up with others, but they all do. So can't be a winner there. Let's take the top one and go up with it, maybe? Could go down. Down to here. Might be good. Though we're going to need to wiggle a bit to achieve that. Let's wiggle. Hero boy, hello, good evening. Hope you're well. A massive headache. Oh, sorry to hear that. Just going to listen to a nice calming voice. Okay, I'll try and be that for you. I might just centralise that a bit more. Then down the middle of that. Yeah, all these rocks, let's tidy it up. It's going to fill our inventory, but there we go. There. Already doing it without trying. Fair enough. Okay, step one. Empty the barrel. Empty lubricant barrel. Put the lubricant into something. And then connect that up. Somehow. She lines up very nicely there. How weird. Do we go without the tank? Because then it just connects. I do like tanks. Maybe we just do that. It's completely unnecessary, but there we go. Empty barrel is output this way. So how do we make a barrel? No, not a barrel. Make steel. Plate. Using a barrel. There. Empty barrel reprocessing in a recycling facility. Okay. Which we have unlocked the ability to do, I hope. Yep. So we just need to make, I assume, one. Sorry, should have checked the... It's 1 per 2 seconds. This is 1 per 0.2 seconds. At 0.75 crafting speed or whatever. So Crafting speed of a recycling facility, that's 1, okay. So how many do I need? That's a complicated question for my brain to work out. We don't need to empty barrels that quickly, anywhere near that quickly. We are emptying barrels at 360 fluid a minute. So let's add that in using empty barrel. We're making 7.2 barrels per minute, and that crushes 1 per 2 seconds, so that's one of them is more than fast enough. I need 10 big electric motors, which we can't make here because we've not got the lubricant. We're making some back in the original base, so we'll take the long flight down there. Yeah, and pick up all the materials to do this from there. We've got a bit of concrete down there too. Heat shielding, okay. All fine. While I'm there, I can clear out the trash. Oh, flowing too far east? No, just not south enough. Nice calming breeze in my hair. Yeah, that's a good idea. Just flying over the hot desert with the breeze in our hair. Do we have hair? Can't tell. Got a helmet on. Okay, how are we doing here? This is not crushing again because stone is a pain. Stuff that's kind of junk can go in here. And in here. That's kind of it. Few of those can go in there. Great. Let's dump all that stone as well. We're just carrying lots of belt because we were building. We should just put that down somewhere and whatever. No big deal. What's that? That's 8 big electric motors. There's 12. A little bit of concrete, a little bit of heat shielding. Where are we making heat shielding? Some up here, right, for furnaces. No? Yes. That stuff. A little bit of steel needed. There we go, we're making a recycling facility. There's more junk to dump now, I guess. That'll do, that's fine. Let's head back up to M52. Think about using trains to get around, didn't I? Might be an idea. Keep one in our pocket that's fast. Just a single locomotive with some equipment. Tell it to take me to M52. Not sure if it'd be faster or not. At least we get to go diagonally with a jetpack. It's like the square we did in the last session is just completely backlogged now. Everything's been built, stocked up, which is good. Means we definitely won't run out of iron. Yet. A little to the west, right? Okay. Scan complete. Fine. Curious. Let's have a little look. More rare metals, sure. Iron ore. More iron ore. Bit of methane ice. A little bit there. It's quite far away. lots of nothing. The east, even more nothing. A bit of stone. Nothing too exciting yet. Like you say, we can scan further out, can't we? So we'll see. We'll see how launching stuff goes. It might be perfectly fine, you know, acceptable. Recycling, let's go with there. Give that a big pole as well. Yeah, sure. In that case, I might prefer it there. Be powered by the same big pole as that side. Although, yeah, that makes that awkward. Well, why don't we just waste a couple loaders? Unnecessary, but there we go. Barrels will go out and into the recycling, which we will turn back into steel plate. Just going to come this way, I guess. Not over one. Go down there. Okay. Not sure there's any reason to divide it by the 8 and put it into all of the warehouses. That seems, I don't know, silly, maybe. As we know that the trains can't deliver with perfect balance, so what's the point? So I think we just put it into the first one and hope that it doesn't overfill ever. Unless we can come up with a clever bit of circuit network to tell it what to do. It has to be that clever. There we go. That will take the steel from the recycling back into this one, which we can tell. Bit of red wire. Connect that to. Can't connect the loader. Okay. Interesting. So you can't change the filters of a loader through circuit network. That's annoying. Let's go to the nearest bit of belt then. That'll be enable disable. So we're requesting 16,000 steel, which means 48,000 would be here at any time with like a good delivery. 48,000. So if there's more than, I don't know, 48,000 maybe. Sure. More than 48,000 disable, so I want it the other way around. If there's... Right. It enables if this is true. So if steel is less than 48,000, it enables. Steel is currently at 15,000. It is enabled. That is good. Okay. So if there's already enough steel, we don't want the recycled steel. It might cause a problem, potentially. Then that line will just start backing up all the way to the top. Then we just want a crusher. I guess I don't think a pulverizer can do what I want. Turn steel to nothing. No. So we need to get a crusher. At least one. How many? Don't know, do we? How fast a crusher works? I believe it crushes one item per second. Can we get that info from the one we're crushing in down here? That's taking more than a second, so it's definitely not that. Oh, I know where we can. Usage. Crushing. One item per 2 seconds. This creates one item per 2 seconds. Just one crusher will do the job just fine. What do I need to make a crusher? A little bit of iron. There we go. That can go up here, I guess. Could go further down. But no, these buildings are here, so let's put it up here. In this gap would be, I guess, best. What's the number of a full belt? Preferably one that's not in motion at the moment. Sulfur's stopped. Eight. Okay. Where and how do I do this? I mean, here is fine. Kind of. Need a bigger power pole. It's going to go under, but from there. With an inserter there. Could we... I mean, it doesn't need to go fast, but, you know, we're using loaders in this process, so... Want to wire up those two together. This one's on enable disable, that one's on read contents. If that one says it's got anything greater than or equal to 8, then enable this one. So if that line of steel backs all the way up to here because it's not needed down there and goes past the splitter, then this one will allow it into the crusher and it will get crushed and go, I think. These loaders from SE or it's another mod. These specific ones are AAI loaders, which is the same author as space exploration, but not included in space exploration. So I think most people playing K2 and SE get one of the loader mods. I chose the one from the same author because I thought that might look better. But I think there's one called like mini loaders or something, which is perhaps the most popular one. But this one, you know, it works fine. They're, you have a few configuration options about like how expensive you want them to be. I think there's an option of having them require a lubricant delivery, which, you know, because loaders are essentially cheating. So it's nice to have the choice of how much cheating you want. So yeah, I like this one, AI. And Irondell, who's the author of all those mods, is really talented. They're very nice mods. Look great as well. Okay, so this end is good, right? We've got all that. We've got that set up ready. So we just need to actually go and make lubricant and plug it in kind of thing now, which, okay. We're going to need some pump jacks, some refineries, some chemical plants, and don't know what else. Kind of like the idea of this square in the south here. At the moment, not that one as much. Sure about what we're going to do with that stone, whether we will turn it into landfill. Could, like, I'm open to it. It's not much there, but it's something. So we're going to need landfill, because that square is definitely not going to fit. We're going to need a lot of landfill. Where's that going? There? Okay. Yeah. So I think that's probably job number one. Head back to base. Kind of want to try, because we've got the stuff here. Let's get my pocket train. A locomotive. With find the items. They're up here, right? Yep. We've only put one battery in the others because that's all they need doing their simple routes, but we might go a funny route, I guess. So let's take 3 and then 8 additional, which we don't have because we've not got the lubricant, of course. Make do without for now then. Easy, and even though we're not really going to use them yet. And some fuel. Can you go off rocket fuel temporarily while I... Yeah. Interesting. Not sure if rocket fuel's better or worse than the fuel we're using. I think it's worse, but I don't remember. Of course, manually driving is a bad idea. Let's go to... that one doesn't have a name. What is it? It's 049 South. We go to 049 South, please. Manually driving has a habit of me crashing up the back of another train and destroying everything, so we should avoid that. Movement seems roughly the same as flying. We can't go diagonal, so not sure. Here we are. Do with all that. I mean, none of it's important. Maybe the loaders. Everything else could just go. I wouldn't care. Yeah. Well, we've got more. It's not a big deal. It's just clear space. For a while. They can go in there. Probably need a bit more fuel on us in general. Where's the landfill then? There we go. It's a good amount to start with. Yeah, we'll pick up a bit more fuel actually on our way past here. Just for a while longer. Okay, now we want to go to this one, which is K50 South. Away we go. Nice leisurely drive. I think it's faster, though we are having to do like 3 sides of the square to get turned around, I guess. Not bad though. Can't get myself accidentally run over if I'm in an automated train, which is an advantage. We're going to need to turn around to park up, sure. I don't know, it's kind of nice. I do like trains. Okay, big landfill. It's an awkward bit of stone, but we can use it. Where are we going to start? Because maybe a bit smaller to start with. It's like around here we need to get to, I think. Let's start here then. I don't think we've got anywhere near enough landfill on us to do this whole block. Oops. I need to focus on doing the bits where the rail's actually going to sit first, because we can have water inside the square. Oh, it's much further north. Oops. Ooh, okay, got that wrong. couple more like blobs. Oh well, it's just a random bridge here now. Landfill bridge. Maybe we'll find it useful later. Here's those 2 bits. So this is where it needs to be really. Cross here. I just realised the time. It would be a good idea to take another quick break before my legs fall asleep. Let me just run out of landfill completely, doing 2 straight bits. Okay, that makes this less of an option. We can start working on a bit of it though. Kind of. We can start. If we connect through the north station, then it won't be such an issue that we haven't finished the square, so we will head back and get the rail materials to start building this square into the rail grid, and then go get oil materials to start tapping it and processing it up here. We know it's not going to take up much space, so we can do that. And then over time, when we make enough landfill, we can come back and gradually fill this in to finish the square off, and then see if we make more landfill from that stone or something of that nature. Still need to know where we're going to put our meteor defense as well, which I don't think could be this square. It could be. It could be. Just need like 2 delivery points. 1 might be enough. We could give that a go. We could do that here too, over time when we filled that water in. But yes, let me go straight to my legs for 5 minutes and give the brain a bit of a rest, as we are getting late into the evening. We'll still go for another couple of hours after I'm back and finish around the usual time. Still, you know, plenty to build out. We've nicely finished off M52. Now we need to work on the miscellaneous stuff. So we will get to work on that. The lubricant, the barrels involved in that, the meteor defense, the landfill. Not sure about life support canisters. We can leave that for later. Once we've done those 3, I'd be happy to move on to doing tech cards again and science, with a view to continuing research early on in the next session we do. Hopefully, should be nice amount of space in the next session we do, which, you know, like I say, I'm looking forward to. So yeah, 5 minutes. I'll be back and we'll carry on doing bits of building. I will see you shortly. Hello there everyone, I am back from the break. Let's make this journey, get the rail pieces and start building down here. Yes. Maybe I should have taken the train, it's a straight line back. Actually, I'd quite like to upgrade our jetpack. I don't know how far we are from doing that. Not unlocked anything yet, I don't think. No. Still thruster suit 1 and basic jetpacks. I fly and no, it pauses if I look. Oh, jetpack level 2 is available to us. Okay. Maybe we'll prioritise that to get us flying faster. Just south of us a bit. This is where we dropped everything off. So what have we got? Maybe a bit more rail, definitely more rail signals. That's about it. Got the Tesla, got the radar. That'll do us, I think. Rail signals are up here. Somewhere up there. There we go. Should do the job. With our power consumption will have gone up, but most things are now backlogged, so we're not really consuming. Might be an issue if we needed to build everything at the same time now. We might actually be in need of more power, but I'm not sure that's ever going to happen, so sure we'll be fine for a long time. I'm not sure what happens if we do blackout. I think we did set it up so that the water keeps pumping from solar, independent from the grid, so power should kick back in automatically. I would hope. Okay, let's get this placed where we can. Build in what we can, and then yeah, get the oil stuff and again see what we can piece together. Signal's going to change in a few places. We've just built the north, so it's just this line where they're going to change. So they don't go in. And to the other side, not so sure. Just finish this corner and then head over to the left and work out. Get the signals right before I completely forget how to do it. Let the robots catch up. Shouldn't abandon them. That one's not needed. Yeah, there are some here to remove. That one stays. These ones go. We'll keep building in this direction, I guess, as much as I can, like we say. Covering over quite a few of the patches on this side as well. We could, I mean, connect some of them up too if we needed to. Although I'm willing to bet we can get more than enough lubricant for a long time from just the patches in the east. And when we need more in the future, we probably will have advanced our technology to a point of needing to rework everything, so no big deal. Why don't we, keep the stations and give them the right names. So this is going to be K49. It's K49 North. This one, K49 West. I think we're going to have enough on us. Seems to be going good so far. Filling up on stone again, like always. These trees out of the way so we can see the track. Just prefer that. The ones that look like they've fallen on the track. Okay, there's where we hit the water, where I should have put the landfill. Guess this would have been a smarter way around to do it. Put the blueprint in and then fill in the gap. Oh well. Get enough landfill eventually to do it, I'm sure. Just take a bit of time. We can't build them, that's where the train station would be. This is part of the corner, I guess? Okay, so I did need some of that. Okay. It's gonna sit there on its own for a while. Okay. So that they can get to K49 West because I can turn around at the bottom, but they won't be able to come down here and turn around, so they can't actually get to this station. Which is, just worth bearing in mind. We can't use it yet. But then we're covering stuff over as well, take them away. So I think it's going to take that away, and we'll. No, we know we're going to need it in the future. Let's keep it there. It's K49 East. Just make sure we don't try and send anyone there. Okay, covering quite a few up. We'll count how many we need so we can get the right number of pump jacks down here. And that's built. That's connected everything that can be built. Good. So, don't know. These ones are a bit close to the line. I'm not a huge fan of building there, but I think we will. Not that one or that one. Don't think that's even possible. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 6 there, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16 of them are, I think, buildable. So that's what we'll do. Go dump all this stone off somewhere on the way, hopefully, and get 16 pump jacks from where we just built the production of them in the north. I don't think we're making pump jacks in the south, we were just doing it ad hoc before. Can stone, yeah, go in here. It can. There we go. Some other junk around, but it's fine. What do we got? Yeah, we'll tidy the inventory up after. We should have space for what we need to do. Maybe a few of these. Probably a bunch of those. Definitely a whole bunch of these. Then at least one offshore pump. Let's take a stack of pumps just in case we feel like it. We will need flare stacks. Let's take a whole bunch. Although we could work out exactly how many we need. Let's take 20 pump jacks then. So let's say, how are we going to work this out? Remove that and get it from heavy oil. Get heavy oil from crude oil processing. We've got 16 pump jacks. They do, is it 40 per second we worked out? So we're doing 38,400 crude per minute. A bit more than that. 8,571. So I went bigger when I wanted to go smaller. A bit more than that. Okay. What did I say? 38,400. 16 by 40 by 60. 38,400. Which that is close enough. We can make 26,850 lubricant a minute, which is like way more than we need by a huge factor. But that's fine. That water comes from a fraction of an offshore pump. Okay. So what about if we condensed it instead? 15 condensers. How close? I mean, we know the water's close because we're filling it in, which makes it awkward, but makes it close. So I think we will pump it. Well, 15 condensers is not many at all. That's quite a simple way of doing it. We're going to have 11,507 light oil per minute and 7,671 gas, petroleum gas per minute. So 11,507, that's 192 per second. So that just needs 2 flare stacks. So we really won't need many. Like 2 for each maybe. So that won't be a problem. 13 refineries and 45 chemical plants. Layer off the byproducts because we've got enough of them elsewhere. Make a whole bunch of lubricant. Fine. Then I guess we're going to need, the barrel making and the barreling. It's going to need some other buildings for that. So we don't actually want 26,850 lubricant. We want I don't know, 26,850 lubricant barrels. How many do you fit in a barrel? A lot. I'll find that from here, can I? But I can if I grab an assembly machine. Fill a lubricant barrel. It's 50 per barrel. 26,850 divided by 50 is 537 barrels per minute, which we're going to get by filling the barrels with lubricant that comes from that, which comes from that, and should have the same numbers. Yeah. So we're going to need 3 machines to do the filling. And 12 machines making barrels. Which, do we need to make more barrels for any reason? Probably not. I think our approach will be anything that needs barreling up, we make the barrels there, and then where they're delivered, we destroy them, recycle them. Because I like that idea. It's a good idea. Fine. So this stack of machines I got is enough. I just need the stuff we put down, like the belting and stuff like that, to get it working, which I'm not sure I'm going to fit enough in my inventory. Let's put a bunch of stuff down here, like what we're not currently using. That'll do. Just a few more inserters just in case, and then more belt. So we often do need a whole bunch. Got enough loaders. Need the other stuff. Splitters and undergrounds just in case. Should do the job. Let's head back down there and try, get started, and then if we're missing something, we'll just come and get it. No big deal. Wrong here, or looks wrong. We're not fully smelting our rare metals. We balance the numbers in a particular way, so what's gone wrong? The enrichment isn't going fast enough because this is backed up. Because we're not getting enough hydrogen chloride. Or, yeah, we're not making enough hydrogen chloride. That tank should have some in, and it doesn't. Because they're short of chlorine. No, they're short of both. Even though they're working at full speed without problem? Okay. So perhaps something in the calculation was wrong? No? Ah. Here are outputs that are blocked. We're missing those connections. And those outputs are now okay. Weird random thing to a spot while flying over, but glad I did. That's all good. So, yeah, the steel pipes are not in the right place somewhere. Let's check all of them to make sure I've not missed any of the underground connections anywhere else. It's fine. I think that's fine. Looks right. I think that's good now. It's just like halfway up we hadn't got all of the undergrounds right, so they weren't coming down in the right volume, and now we've got 3,000 of each of the entry point here. That seems healthier. These are all running full speed, and this should start to fill in. It'll take a bit of time. Oh, I see what you mean. Swap 2 steel pipes for throughput. I don't think we've had a couple of throughput issues with oil. So here, for example, we run 2 iron lines. That's a better view of it because it's nighttime. So 2 iron pipelines for the light oil because of the way that it works out. But I'm not sure what the difference is. Like, how much more do you get in steel? In this case, yeah, just the missing undergrounds. It doesn't really give you any information about. Oh no, we did build one, didn't we? Like, pipe can carry 100 and steel pipe's 125, I think, so it's like a 25% increase maybe. It's a bit unclear how the fluid mechanics work, I suppose. I don't really understand, so not sure how much they would help. Might give it a go next time. Next time that we would need 2 iron lines, might give a steel one a go. But you then need like steel underground and steel pump and everything, which so that one I don't want to do because it's touching the rail. That one just needs a power pole moving, which is fine. many did I end up with? 16. Good. That's what I counted. That's what we've worked out on. So let's move or add power coverage all the way around. Looks like they're going to be in awkward spots, but we'll see. That one off centre a little. That one's a bit awkward. Put it down, I guess. Yeah, that's okay. And I think we'll go down on that one as well. Everyone's switched on, yeah. So 16, do we think 2 lines of 8 might work? We did 7s as the maximum before, so maybe we split it into 3 lines. Let's try 2 lines of 8. That one can just plug in. Then them there. Oh, it makes us in that one the other way. These ones together. Join that. Good, and then all these others on a different line. Although that would join them if it goes there, so go this way instead. Oh, okay, just this one at the top to do. Just add that to here. Hopefully that can carry through okay in those pipes. Seems fine. Yeah, they're not backing up or anything at the moment. That's fine. Okay. 13 refineries. Which, where are we going to do that? We're going to take the barrels out of the north. That's the easiest option at the moment. Then, kind of want to run them along the bottom facing up, which don't often do, but have done, haven't we? It's fine. Something's not right there. That's better. 9. Yeah. We get to 13. Yeah. That's okay. Maybe leave a gap at that end a little bit to move some piping around. Yeah, I think I'll move over one more on this end. They're going to do crude oil processing, yeah. That one, okay. One I want power poles in front of it and everything too. Let's just get them blueprints put in. That's not right. There we go. Okay. These are going to go connected like that. I guess we'll just bring the water into around here somewhere. Just do that. That works on the refineries. Can I fit water like, yeah, there? That'd be pretty good. Would put a flare stack in front of every output, but probably better to bring them together because so few are needed. So we'll still have, like for that, I guess. Go try on the short one. It's not right. And then, yeah, we'll work out where we're going to output them and how and what into soon. Let's bring oil down. One line should be enough. This is smaller than the other ones we've done. Once it's having a problem, maybe a pump wouldn't hurt. If we a bit out of here or into down here, maybe. None of it's covered by power, so it doesn't really matter. Let's pump it into there. Just expand that power pole. And then, yeah, water. So rather than running it through the middle of nowhere, I'm going to bring it over to the rail line, as we have done in the past. You usually use a pump before the flare stack. Yeah, and then circuit control it. Yeah, absolutely. Like we have done in other parts of the map. So the difference here is that everything is to be flared. It's a bit of a weird one, I suppose. Usually you want to crack it first, and if it backlogs after the cracking, then flare it off, because you want to use it as much as you can. In this case, at least at the moment, we only want the heavy oil. I can't really bring it any further down to where it will live in the future, so I think we just plug it in here and then move it later. So I'm going to move that maybe up a bit, where there's already power. There we go. That'll do. The first stuff we put together, the large-scale oil production, was messy up here, ended up quite bad. So there's this one, for example, that's got pumps in every direction, all over the place. Tons of them, which, there you go. It pumps in from the supply and the second supply, then it pumps out if it needs to flare, and it pumps out if it needs to crack, and pumps at equal pressure to get it actually into the production where it's needed, and so on. God. Landfill is expensive, yeah. It's not great. I don't know if there's a better way we could do it. Intentionally make it using sand and water, because that's more cost effective. No, it's not. Is it? I think it is. Yeah, it's less sand, less stone in total. But it would, we don't get to the landfill any faster, which is really the thing. I don't care about spending our near infinite resources to make it, because they're near infinite. It's like everything can be turned into it, sure. Just want it quicker rather than worrying about what it costs personally, you know. The water will be fine in this case, so we don't need many, it's not a big deal. We can tank things up down here. There's petrol, there's light oil. Yeah, I need a lot of assemblers to make it at a good rate. Yeah, it does make sense. Yeah, use the sand. The sand, or the sand and water, I don't think really matters. Sand and water's, I guess, the cheapest. Outputs one every half second as well, rather than every second, so I guess you get it faster, in theory. Might be the one we go for down here, if we do specifically make landfill down here in the future, which I think we will. Use this stone here and that water there, maybe. And then these, yeah, flare, stack. How neat can we do this? We could do like a row there and there, but they're gonna... Theory we can. As long as they're offset, then we can do that. Yeah, that's fine. Do that here. Yeah, I'm happy with that. That's fine. Yeah, sand, water. Yeah, it looks like a good one, yeah. Get that hooked up at some point in the future. We're definitely going, in order to build the square grids, we're going to need landfill, because water is going to be in inconvenient places. Just going to build 4. I think 2 is enough, but we'll see. That's all good. We could pump in, but I don't think it's really necessary with the length of the stuff here. I don't think that'll be an issue. So now we just need to deal with getting the heavy oil turned into lubricant here. We need 45 chemical plants to do, about 3 rows of 15 maybe. Two, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15. Don't know, is that? Yeah, that's going to fit nicely. And then barreling up just in front, just before the station, which is over here on the left. That's fine. Let's set the recipe, save us a bit of time. Because they've only got a single input, we can squish them pretty close to each other. Don't need a big mess of pipe work. It's going to be there and there. On every row. It's a bit of a squish, I guess, but can go here. It's as good as any, I guess. Yeah, I don't think we need to pump it out. It should reach everywhere just fine. I would think. We'll see how it goes. Oh, that doesn't line up very nice. We do better. Yes. I can plug into there, so rotate them all. And then... That's not great. Go from there. That's fine. No problem there. Heavy oil being made, heavy oil being turned into lubricant. Then we just need to gather all the outputs together. We'll take them to the left-hand side. Put them in a tank as well. We don't think that... no, that lines up better, this configuration as well. That one into there. Go to there. I might like to, just because we can, put it into a different tank. That into there. That's fine. We've got lubricant. Yay! Now we need to make barrels to put it in. Just clearing all these rocks out of the way. A whole bunch of them. Let's make the station here while we're here. It's going to collect the full barrels. Do we have enough loaders on us? 160 should be enough. For one station, I guess we need a second one as well. We're going to go into them eventually. Good. Need to wire it up and stuff, so I need some... I've got a combinator there. One of them and a bit of that. We'll be fine. There we go. Same settings we got everywhere. This is a provider. Okay, good. I know, should be plenty of space to get it barreled up and then fed in neatly somehow. We've done a nice way of balancing the outputs earlier, but I'm not sure about balancing the inputs. I think you just split and split and split. It's the only real option. Okay. So we can't bring in the steel here in the east because we haven't finished that loop. Which is a shame, because that's kind of the closest option. We do it over here, we need to run it quite a long way, which I'm not a fan of. Rather do it here because it's close to the relevant stuff. Yeah, okay, so what I really want to do is finish... We don't need to finish the whole across, but at least get the bottom loop in so the trains can turn around and get in here. So I guess we head back to the original base where we're making some landfill at the moment and see how much we've got. Can you handcraft it? You can. I should have been doing that all along then, with all that junk stone we've had everywhere. Just head over and take a look, see what the situation is. Around here somewhere, wasn't it? Yep. Almost nothing. Yeah, because it's just not being put in fast enough, I guess. Oh, because, and I'm a fool, we did this before we set up loaders. Much faster. Still not fast enough. No, still not fast enough. Because that single belt of red is not fast enough. Of course. We need, like, more stone to begin with to get it going faster. Wow, okay. Here's what it is. While we're here... It's, actually, we're going to need the rail stuff, aren't we? We want to build it. Can't put that away. Uh-oh. Leftover bits and pieces, though, like... what am I thinking of? The offshore pumps, I guess. Going to need that in a second. We're not going to need more refineries. Not going to need more chemical plant. And we're not going to need those at the moment, so that's fine. Just hide all that. Take this stone back. Take that sand out as well. Turn all that into landfill. Few extra bits. It's not much, but it's something. Suppose we could set up... This sand is just sat here because it's not being used fully. Feed that into another machine down here doing landfill. Why not? Doesn't help with the immediate situation, but will produce more. Which is fine. We'll just go grab a whole ton of stone out of our storage of it and handcraft a whole bunch of landfill. Don't really know how much we need to fill in, you know, that much of the water. Just fill in the specific squares we need. It might not be too much. That would be a little difficult. These are all backed up, so that's like a warehouse full of stone. We can just... run it into landfill quite quickly by hand. A few hundred. Let's go get started and you know, just keep coming back and grabbing more and whatever. I suppose. Nothing else to be done for it. Other than using the other station, which I don't want to do. I'd kind of like to use that station on the left to do the meteor defense instead. Although that could kind of go anywhere, so maybe we'll look at other options around the place, spare space we've got in the grid already. Okay, so that rail goes there. So that's perhaps one square further to the right than we need to go. And that's all we've got. Okay, it's fine. We'll get there. Problem with continually putting this down is it's going to keep putting those signals in the north that I don't actually want. Saving just do it once in the future, then I'll remember to remove those signals. Hopefully. Some of it we can do manually. That's fine. Okay. While we're waiting for more landfill to be made, we can put some of this into place. So we know we're going to have a train station here. We can start putting that in. more as well. Just clear all them out. And clear them out and turn them into landfill, I guess. So this is going to be unloading steel. Fine. But we don't have enough loaders, so might be the case we'll pick some of them up when we head over for landfill, if I remember. We're going to need not that many. Bring these all together. Facing the other way, so I don't know if I can do a copy paste from the one we already did. Doubt it. Do this. Bring the lines together manually, then we can copy paste the balancer. Go there or the next one over, not sure. Clear this out just in case. Find one we can copy. Not that, because it's got those underneath it. That's got pipe underneath it. There we go. That one will do. They're fine. Yeah. Just about. And then what do we need? We need, yeah, a third, 0.3 of a belt. So we just need to take one away from here. Yeah, we'll make the barrels over there, rather than like making the barrels here and belting them over. Don't think it really matters either way, but put all of the production buildings together. Where can we run this belt? I think across the back I would prefer, so I'll add those in as well. Which goes quite far. Could cut under at the end. No, we'll go around. It's fine. Oh, run out of poles. Crikey. Okay. Fine. I didn't store any there. Fine. Need more power poles and more loaders when we go for more landfill. I will remember. Okay, so yeah, around here we're going to do 12 machines making barrels. Which could go in a line, yeah, maybe. Should be able to. That's a bit short, maybe. We'll see. 7, 8, 9, 10. No, that is, I think, too close to down there, maybe. Yeah, so how about 2 rows of 6? Then we could do as we have before, so ins, outs, ins, no, ins and outs, like that. We go, and then that's the output, that's input. Yeah, that's fine, that's nicer. Could I guess I go under there, but I'm fine with it. Whatever. Set the recipe. Steel barrel. There it is. They're coming out the end here, and we need to actually barrel up in 3 machines. They can go there, really. That is barrel, fill lubricant barrel, okay. That needs connecting to here somehow. That'll do. That shouldn't need pumping either, I think it will be okay. And then, yeah, those filled ones need outputting. Is a long handled going to be enough? Should be. What was it? 1 every 0.2 of a second? No. No, I don't think even fast insert is going to be fast enough for that job. Let's do this a little different. Just going to offset them there. Which lines up nicer with this anyway. No, it doesn't. Okay, so loader, empty barrel in, filled barrel out. These just need splitting. That goes in there, that goes in there, and that goes in there. They will come out. Under those and join up, I guess. Why not? Turning 3 into 8 or whatever. I don't know. Power pole is going to be there, so that's fine. Other side. Okay, and then yeah, turn this into 8 somehow. Again, that's not really ideal there. No, not a fan. Want it further right. So we're going to go through there to there. There's the 3 lines. Them together, I guess. That's fine. And then still not entirely sure the best way. We'll do it like this. Turn 1 line into 8 in order to spread them equally between all the between the train wagons is the point. Get out of the way. Get our belts back. Okay. So that's fine and vaguely configured. Power poles and loaders needed. I just fill that gap. There we go. And behind this row as well. Need to configure this station, although I don't want to do that until it can actually be used, I suppose. So yeah, we'll come back to do that. And then we need landfill, so let's head can use the landfill I've got and then head back. Okay, it's something. Let's make more and everything. Pick up what was made in the machines in the meantime while we worked on all that. Looking good. Get in there. We're going to get lubricant connected up pretty soon, I think. I hope. We can get this rail sorted. And that will mean whatever it was, M52 will actually be fully operational, because it is currently not making one of the items due to lack of lubricant. That's another thing off the list. Then it's meteor defense ammo. And landfill we can deal with later. I'm not... like, it is what it is. An actual physical tearing down of the old base I would have liked to have got done, because that's going to be very time consuming with all the junk to pick up. That's not something I think I'm going to stream. I might... when we're sure we're done with it, I might take time between 2 streams to tear it all out, just to get rid of it. Because sitting and watching me just delete things and then have a full inventory and try and delete them again is not going to be fun. Or interesting in any way. So yeah, like I say, we'll do the physical tearing down off stream at some point. It's good if we're so close. So we just got the meteor defense to move after this while we're halfway through, and then we can start doing like research again, you know, progressing towards doing some research in space. Looking forward to. Water handcraft, so that did seem to do as much. We can queue faster, can't we? Get a bigger inventory space. That'll do for now. Let's head back over while we craft them. There's some more there, it's really not enough. Nothing to be done for it. Can't magic landfill out of nowhere while people are watching. If you'll turn away, I could just open the console and give it to me. Also forgot all the other items we needed as well. Shum. Anyone who's been watching the series would have seen that coming. We need to go back for more landfill anyway. We'll get it when we go back. If I remember. Again, this is, you know, 7 hours in. I tend to start forgetting things. I'm not too surprised by that. We would need more landfill in order to get power down here, but that's probably not necessary straight away. Got pretty close. Never heard of us maybe cheating items in. I'm going to try my best not to. But you know, that's part of creating this kind of content, if you want to call it that. Is you want things to be moving, you know, and it's not this, what we're doing at the moment, flying back and forth, grabbing landfill, is not thrilling. I'm quite happy doing it at the moment because we're 7 hours, 20 minutes in and I don't want to push my brain anymore. We're just going to wrap up a few things over the next half hour, which is, you know, what we do. Get these last bits finished off and not sink into too much more, and, you know, we'll keep it easy. But if we were in the height of action and we had to wait 2 hours to get enough landfill, then yeah, I'd be cheating it in. Absolutely. I think if I was playing, not streaming, I'd probably be cheating it in already, but I do prefer not to. What have we got down here? So, nothing to pick up there. Power poles are in that box. Should do us for a while, and loaders. We might have more up north, but if we've got enough here, then we'll live with it. Where are they? They're here. 444 should be enough for a while. Should be fine. Let's fly back over. Bit low on fuel, but we'll do okay. So that will do the straights. We need enough filled here to do the circle. Which is guesswork, really, I guess. Not trying to place it down multiple times. Just fill in. I don't know. That much, maybe. A bit more? Yeah, a bit more than that as well. Bottom right is fine. Left side needs a bit more as well. Okay. It's fine, we just have to wait. But we've got the power poles and loaders this time, so we can come and fill those in, make them right. I wonder what LTN will do if we start requesting stuff. Like, it should just not send it because it can't find a path. Do it, find out, I guess. What would I need? A little bit of stone to make a circuit with. Bolts here. Oh, I missed a bunch there as well. Okay. Fill them in first. One there. Sure. I think everything's in place now. Can we get a bit of stone around here? Don't think so. Up here we can, but it's not been cooked. Find some. Or some green chips somewhere. Yeah, there we go. A constant combinator, one bit of green wire, a bit more red. That's all good. Bit more landfill being made till we make those. Let that finish. Only take a minute. Actually, have I renamed that K49 North Lubricant? Well, that should be known. How does that look then? So they've got the circle on the left hand side. They can get all the way round. They can get even further north, that's fine. And the right hand side, they've got the circle, they're just kind of missing a bit on the top right here. So if we can, that should do it. Stamp that in. Oh, which resets all the names. I just want to cancel the signals up here before I forget. Let's rename then. Was it K49? North, which supplies lubricant. This is K49 West and K49 East. I need to... Yeah. There's no power, so they're not going to get their Tesla coil shots when they get down here, which is a shame. Why is that still a ghost? Is that still a ghost, or is that a visual bug? It was still a ghost. Just remove that. Should be okay. Like, it'll function. That's the important thing, is trains can come down here and turn around, therefore we can start using that station. And then when we have more landfill, come and finish this properly. Come on, Mr. Robot. There we go. There's the things plugged in. Constant combinator. Plug that in too. Give it the usual. And this is a requester. We want 16,000 steel, I think. Go with yes. And that was tasked, so it has found a route, I assume. Just start working then. So there's a train on its way. Maybe we sort the depot out next. Could be worth doing. Yeah, not sure about it. Heading north-south from there might be okay. It's only when they go to get fuel that they're really heading east-west. Can worry about it later. Maybe just add the other 10 stations in the north and accept it. Could do that next. Or whenever. Okay, you loaded. Loading. I bet we're not producing enough steel, really. The rate that actually goes in there is slow. Train is on his way. And around the loop. Good. Into the station. Here he is. Steel is unloaded. Balanced, but once the balancer backs up, it'll all go down the right hand side, which is fine. Interesting signals output. I think we will ever need to do anything more advanced with LTN. There's, I don't know, things you can do, I suppose. I don't really know what you might want to. Be interesting if we did find something more advanced to do with it, but happy with how it works at the moment. What we're doing with it works. Fully backed up on oil and lubricant, of course. We're not going to use anywhere near this much for a very long time. Steel turns into barrel. Yes. Barrel gets fed into machine. Barrel with lubricant in appears the other side. It's juggled through a dozen splitters. Goes into here. Oh, and of course goes straight out the loaders, but that's fine. Which makes it available. So we now, if I just use satellite, want to go up to the square we were working in and add the request for these. So they're in stacks of 50 barrels, so 8,000 barrels request. That's a bit excessive. I don't know. It'll function the same as everything else. So we'll try and send us an entire train load every time. So it's going to be on a massive scale that's completely unnecessary, but 8,000 is the right number if they stack in 50s to follow the pattern. There we go. A train should be tasked. And yeah, this is like the slow route. It has to go up and around rather than... But then if we had the other depot just in the north, they would leave by coming down. Then be at that one. Go this way, go... Yeah, that's what makes me think rotating it's better. East-west leaving at the top. Yeah, I think it would be better if we rotate that. We'll work on that at some point. That method of barrels for space worked out well. Yeah, supply steel by capsule, yeah. Yeah, interesting. You know, it's good. Not quite happy to even just destroy the steel, not particularly fussed. We'll try and recycle it like we've set it up to do, but no big deal. This is... wrong. 10 per stack. Filled barrels are 10 per stack, so need to change that number to be a fifth of what it is. Calculator. We've got 10 per stack, 40 stacks in a wagon, 8 wagons on a train. 3,200. We want it to be half that, so 1,600. Oops. Is what we want that number to say. Good. This guy's already been tasked with getting way more than that, and they're not being made that quickly, I guess, which is fine. Being made at the rate they're supposed to be made at. And he will leave after 2 minutes, even if he doesn't have enough, so that'll be fine. I'll get sorted out. Quite like to check that it does work at the other end, but while we're waiting for him to get filled and moved, I want to sort out moving the meteor defense from the original base into the grid with more meteor defense cannons as well. So if I don't need to worry about barrels, remove that. Don't know about life support, we'll keep that there. Done lubricant. I think I'm going to remove that. Space science was just to look at numbers, so there we go. M51, M52, and then these. How many do we need? Because I did work that out as well. Tells you, does it on the cannon or something? No, it's that each cannon can fire one shot every time a meteor comes. Meteor is theoretically possible of coming every minute, I think. Though it really won't. Let's say it does. We want to have an ammo per minute per cannon. And I want to increase the number of cannons to 20, so if we're going to say 20 per minute, I'd be fine with that. Okay, he's unloading. Barreled lubricant, yes. Which we're going to need a whole bunch to just sit on the belts here. Which is a lot of barrels and a lot of lubricant just to sit on a bunch of belts in order to cause a backlog. But we'll just have to do that. And they go. lubricant goes into there, steel comes out this side, and on it goes to get fed back into the system in a acceptable manner. Yeah, that's good. No, it's not. It's going to cause a backlog of barrels, which is going to slow down the emptying, but we don't need lubricant that fast, so it is an acceptable rate because it's enough lubricant to feed production of these things, which is now up and running, so that's perfect. It's that all sorted out. It'll take some time to like wind up fully, but that's all good. Okay, so meteor defense ammo, 4.44 machines. So who? Oh, it's an awkward number, whatever you do. Interesting. Let's go with that, 22. It's probably overkill. 2 plants making sulfuric acid is a lot compared to what we've done before, which is fine, just interesting. 15 making batteries, and then small numbers making other stuff. The main thing is we need 5 different ingredients and water. We can deliver 5 to one warehouse. It should fit. I mean, what have we got? We've got 4 being delivered to things up there, so let's take a look at how messy they are. Very messy, but there's space to play with for it to get unbalanced. I think a 5th wouldn't kill it. A delivery point with water, with space to put some cannons and what have you. Down here, maybe. Got the starting water patch. All we're doing here is mining up coal, and it's very much out of the way. This could be a delivery point. It's a long way to go for some of the different items. But then, you know, that's the case of some of these journeys. Can't go in that square. We need the space in that one for the future. That's going to be full of depot stuff. Here we're making rare metals. We could do it in the bottom of here. There's nothing else going on there. And there won't be. I guess unless we need to change how we make this and we need more. But then we've got a delivery point up there. And we've got the output there, so it could go there. Which is closer to the materials involved, which is probably better. These are going to juggle around a lot, so I don't really want to put it in there. That's a pretty busy place already. Yeah, I mean, these have also got a bunch of space, like behind them. That's got the mineral water, so not there. So maybe, yeah, out here I think is a bit far, so like from where we make the materials. Like the sulfur, for example, is here. Either the bottom of this one or the side of this one. So, I mean, let's go with the bottom of this one. It's fine. If it works, it's fine. This is L50 south. That's where we're going to build it. So what do I need? A bunch of stuff. Clear this out of the way. Gonna need more warehouses. We are unloading. We're unloading 5 different things, so I'm going to use all of the outputs on the front for that. It's going to be iron, copper, steel, sulfur, stone, brick. Iron, copper, steel, stone, brick, sulfur. Okay. We're going to need a whole bunch of space to get these balanced, even though we don't need that much of any of them. Yeah, a belt of each, or less than a belt of each. So is it even worth balancing? Is it worth balancing it? No. Probably not. If we do what we've done before and just feed all 8 together onto a single line, it can lead to the first warehouse emptying sooner, which leads to the other warehouses filling up more. And with 5 materials, that's a bigger risk, I think. It's probably best to do it properly, even though it's going to take a ton of space, and leave a bunch of these materials sat out on belts, even though they're really not needed here. But that's fine. I mean, suppose it opens an opportunity. We could overproduce even more. I'm talking about going up to 20 guns. Maybe we go up to 100 guns. There's no way a meteor would hit us then. Well, I say that. Statistically speaking, there is a possibility of having a 100 meteor strike and losing everything. Can't really see it happening though. What if we go up to 50 guns? Numbers aren't crazy. It's a lot of batteries. 40's a bit more manageable, kind of like that. 3 machines making the acid, 30 making the batteries, and then reasonable numbers, 10 machines making ammo in total. Let's go with 44 and we'll have... I mean, this is still on the basis that it's theoretically possible for a meteor strike to happen a minute after the one before it, which almost never happens. So we could have 44 ammo per minute being made and 100 guns. Not sure they'd fit here, but they might. I'm willing to give it a go. It's definitely overkill, but there we go. So yeah, each of these... 2 lanes. We'll send them left, I guess. Or we can send sulfur, iron and copper left. And yeah, the rest is irrelevant. Steel could go a different direction because it's only used in the last element. But that doesn't matter. Can I get a good copy paste to help? At least a reasonable one. We need to flip and rotate. That one does not align with the power poles at all. What if I copy the other one? Doubt it's better. We just rotate. Ah, aligns with the power poles. Pretty good. Build that in, but don't need something. And I've aligned it wrong? Or, no, okay. I need those runs up the side there, but this isn't quite right. Deal with that in a second. Need to add another 2 on the end, which, yeah, like I say, is going to take a lot of space. It is what it is. We need to move this over because it's based on the first output being here, but in our case the first is there, so other than sending that under all the way up, I think we want to move this all over 1. I'm not moving it all over 1. No, I'm not doing that because of the power poles. Or yeah, because of the power poles, the belts end up in the wrong place anyway. So we send sulfur just underneath everything and do it at the top. It's not neat and tidy. We'll just have to do it all from scratch. No big deal. Whether it's big enough. Well, it's not even needed, but I do like to have it for the visual. Okay. This is the first one, it's going there. Then these we can do. First balancer will start there, can start there. See how that aligns. Here we are. It's fine. Just don't need that and don't need them. We're going to need 5 of these, which is silly. Right. I don't know. I wish there was a better way, but I don't think there is. Certainly not one that I'm going to find. Here we go. The rest of this in any way that's useful? Don't think so. Without making a bigger mess, I don't think so. That would go one to the right. It's okay. Just get rid of them power poles that aren't needed. And they just need to go under. We'll go from there, which we don't have enough undergrounds, but okay. That's okay, and then that's copyable. Let's go there. Yeah. But not there. No, because we don't need all of them. Sure. It was a bit different. It's fine. The last I don't need to go under at all because they're not crossing over anything. Suppose. Right. Join them up. Well, they need to go under, sure. A. And repeat over and over again. It's fine. They join there and then they go under. Need those little bits in between them. They don't need to go under. Sure. Or yet. Right. Keep going. Missing them as well. Weird. Why is that? Oh, sure, because the first line is there. That does make sense. Yep. Yep. All right. Yeah, because that's the third. Okay, yeah, I'm making sense of it gradually. It's a bit of a... don't know what you call it. Mess. It's very well organised, but it is confusing where these cross over each other. Okay. Which is the next one to plug in? That one goes into there. That one into there. Then that one is going into there. Let's do those and then we'll work out the other lines. Just does not seem right when we only need one line coming out of each. Like, it doesn't really matter if it gets unbalanced. But, you know, we've started. We'll finish. I'm not going to stop now. It's a silly monument to my more ways of working than so be it. We just have a big mess here for the rest of the game. Don't mind that. You'll go under here. Then we're starting the next one next. Sure. So that goes into there. Run our belt as well. Deal. Get it done and then we'll stock up. Not really surprising considering how big this is. That goes there. Last few that go under. That one up and over there, yeah, further up. Three. And that one. There we go. That's the plan. Just need to get the pieces to build that in. And then bring one line of each down here, I guess. I usually put 4 in the middle of each, but we only need 5 things, so we will. 1 there. 2 there. 4 and 5. Start working from the bottom here on making the ammo, and then we'll feed it over the top to where the guns will sit. And we'll need to make more guns, which are not cheap, but we should have all the pieces because we made 10 already. I've done something wrong. Yes, I have. That one goes in there. That one is not needed because it's coming from down here. It's every 8, not every 4. That's that one, and that's that one. There we go. That's better. need, I suppose I would say first of all, let's do the acid. 3 chemical plants. Have I got any on me? No, must have dropped them off at some point. So we need to go pick up all that kind of stuff. We can put all the rail related stuff back for a while, or away for a while. So we're not actively using that at the moment. So let's go do that. Do a swap over in the old base. Try not to die from radiation as we fly over it. We'll need... I'll dump some juggle some things around. We need warehouses, belt, underground belt, splitters because we're low on them, assembly machine, chemical plant. That's about it. I've forgotten the start of the list already, but that's fine. We'll get there. Maybe a bit more rocket fuel for flying around as well. We'll just grab that as we're going over it. And then, did we need any of these things? Yeah, chemical plants are here, so we need 33 of them. That's quite a few. It's got some of them down here. Assembly machines. Take them. Junk can go in here, or just stuff to get rid of. I mean, we'll take that back because we need it now. Let's get rid of pump jacks, flare stacks. That's excessive. We've got more than we can pick up elsewhere, so that's fine. That, all of that, those and them. That's fine. Let's head to that little box where I keep the rail stuff temporarily. We're still using it, even though we're almost finished with this old part of the base. Them in there, and that's about it. Probably don't need all these liquid based things that we've got on us, but we'll use them. Keep a hold of that. They're kind of junk. More splitters, more underground. There's underground. Splitters are here. And more warehouses. They're here. More belt in general would be good. That should do the job. Then we're going to need... Did I already connect that up? No, so we are going to need a constant combinator. Bit of green wire, bit more red, that's fine. We had materials for that already. I think that was everything, or at least enough to get started, which is fine. Let's fly back over there and then let's wrap things up for tonight because it's getting late. So let's just park where I'm going to remember what I'm supposed to be doing next time we start, and then yeah, where am I going? Up north a bit. Not bad going today. Very nice stream, very nice session. Tons of stuff done. Like everything in that square up top M52, I think it was. All that production lined out nice and neat and tidy and looking good. So I'm really happy with how that's gone today. And then progressed on to a few other miscellaneous bits. So we really just need to finish off this, the meteor defense here on the planet. And then we can get on with science. There'll be tech cards into rocketry, into space and the materials required up there, which we will do in the next session. So yes, let me save here so we know what's going on, and come out of the game and wrap up a bit. So thank you very much everyone for joining me. Really do appreciate the company and the support today, all the people lurking away, all the people chatting away, all the people watching this later as well, of course. Really is appreciated. If you've been hanging out and you've had a good time and you haven't already, then please do click the follow button so you can join us again in the future. We'll be returning to this Factorio base in a couple of days. We'll be back on Saturday at 2 PM GMT for another 8 hours of expanding this, and like I say, hopefully getting up and doing more in the space zones and progressing, in that technology way. I'm really looking forward to it. Should be a fun time. I'm also streaming again tomorrow, as I do, 2 p.m. GMT, again, same time. All going to plan. We'll be doing a bit more modded Minecraft, me with my friend Mondo. We're doing an ocean block, which is like a sky block, but different. Basically just playing to learn a bit of the basics of some of the common mods that are used in Minecraft. So I just wanted, haven't really learned any of them ever, so I wanted to go a bit deeper into them than I ever have before. And it's been a good time, just chilling out, chatting a bit, and learning a few bits and pieces. So hopefully we'll have a good session of that tomorrow as well. So do join us for that if you can. And then the rest of the schedule is, in the profile, and you can see what's going on, and we'll be back next week and it will be a regular thing. So lovely of you to join us today. Do join us again if you can. Those are the plans for the next few streams. What are we going to do before bed tonight? Is there anyone doing anything fun we could raid into? I see lots of people online. What are they all up to? Bit of Minecraft, lots of Hitman going on, of course, makes sense. Bit of Skyrim, lots of that going on at the moment. Got El Whito playing Empyrean, which is another building survival game. Or Shadow at Noon playing Satisfactory. I do find Satisfactory very chill to watch, actually, so I think we'll head over there again. As much as I still don't really want to play it yet until they've developed a bit further, I do still enjoy watching it, seeing factories be built, and I think it's a very chill game, Satisfactory, actually. Very, nice to hang out a bit before bedtime. Do join us for the raid, please. It helps everyone. But then whatever you're up to this evening, if you're hanging around or if you're not, do have a good one, do have a lovely time. And like I say, thank you very much for a great stream today. Hopefully many more to come. Should be good. So there we go. We're all lined up. Thank you very much, everyone. Hope to see you again soon. Good night.